Section 0 of the Greek War of Independence, 1821 to 1827. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Greek War of Independence, 1821 to 1827, by Charles D. Chambers. Preface. This book is an attempt to apply to Greek the methods which Professor Sonnenschein has expounded in his Ora Maritima and Pro Patria. The main principle is that the systematic study of grammar should proceed side by side with the reading of a narrative. The rate of progress, however, is more rapid than in the Latin books of this series, because it is assumed that pupils beginning Greek will have already been learning Latin for at least 2 years. The value of an introductory reader depends on its success in enabling those who have used it to read an actual author. I have spared no pains in smoothing the path to the narrative portions of Thucydides, which for many obvious reasons are greatly to be preferred to any of the writings of Xenophon. Excepting proper names and official titles, for example, Episkopos, the text does not contain a dozen words which do not occur in Thucydides. But it is not merely from this negative point of view that the vocabulary may claim to be Thucydidean. Before writing the text I drew up 2 lists, one containing all words which are found more than 20 times in that author, the other containing those which are found more than 10 times. I have introduced about 4/5 of the words in my first list, and considerably over half of those in my second list. Nor has this resulted in a vocabulary of unwieldy proportions. The actual number of words, omitting proper names, is about 1,250. Very few of these are isolated, for example, kolpos. In nearly all cases there are at least 3 cognates. For example, grinein, grites, akritos. Considerable trouble has been taken in grouping such words together. For example, in chapter 4, emporos, emporion, emporia, porisden, and it is intended that pupils should make such groups for themselves as an aid to memory. To facilitate this process, a list of compounds occurring in the book is given in the vocabulary after the simple verb. 2 specimen groups are printed on page 150. Not only in vocabulary, but in sentence construction and turns of expression, I have endeavored to keep the narrative of Thucydides constantly in view. Quotations from Andocides and Pseudo-Lysias, and from many other authors down to Diodorus Siculus, may occasionally be detected in the text, but none of them are out of harmony with the general style. The only author from whom I have plagiarized constantly and unblushingly is Thucydides himself. Holon arden epagagon, as Lucian would say. In choosing the subject of the narrative, 2 considerations guided me. Firstly, Greece should be the scene and Greeks the actors in the drama. Secondly, the narrative must be an account of real events. The Greek War of Independence fulfills both conditions, and has this advantage over more recent history, that neither railways nor steamers disturb the scene. Only 2 post-classical words have been found necessary. Videlicet pyritis, gunpowder, monasterion, monastery, both of which are classical in form. Isocrates' view that it is possible periton noosti gegenemenon archaios epein is certainly true of this period. Many important events, such as the various sieges of Athens, have been omitted from want of space. The incidents of 6 years cannot be compressed into 1,500 lines. But though I have confined my attention mainly to the Peloponnese, the islands, and Messalongi, I hope that an intelligible and not wholly inaccurate view of the war is here presented. Some additional color is given by various anecdotes inserted in the notes. The Greek-English vocabulary is very full and aims at teaching the pupils to use a lexicon. Much information is inserted in it, which might have found a place in the notes. The syntactical details will, I hope, prove useful to those who are eventually going to write Greek prose, while they can readily be disregarded by those who only aim at being able to read a Greek text. On pages 141 to 150 will be found the accidents required for Part 1. After reaching this point, it is desirable that boys should familiarize themselves with the arrangement of a grammar. 2 parallel exercises are given under each set of rules. It is intended that only one of these should be done on paper. The other may be used to supply examples in explaining the rules, or may be taken viva voce. I am indebted to a large number of books, and in particular, A. to the Greek accidents of Professor Sonnenschein, to which references are given in the notes, and to Murray's Greek Grammar by J. Thomson. From Mr. Thomson's excellent book I have borrowed many syntactical notes and the treatment of prepositions in the vocabulary. B. to innumerable editions of Thucydides, to the Index Thucydideus of Van Essen, and the Lexicon Thucydideum of E. A. Beton. Without the help of these two, the book could not have been written. C. to S. Trikoupis Historia des Hellenikes Epanastasios, T. Gordon's History of the Greek Revolution, G. Finley's History of Greece, volumes 6 and 7, C. A. Phiff's History of Modern Europe, volume 2, Sir A. Allison's History of Europe from the Fall of Napoleon, volume 3, together with a number of memoirs. There are several works of fiction dealing with this period. G. A. Henty's In Greek Waters, somewhat unsympathetic. E. F. Benson's The Vintage and its sequel The Capsina, these two are excellent. M. Yokoi's Lion of Janina gives an account of Ali Pasha and the state of affairs immediately preceding the rising in Greece. Lastly, my best thanks are due to Mr. W. L. Bunting, who read the manuscript and offered many valuable suggestions, and to Professor Sonnenschein, of whose advice and assistance I have continually availed myself during the last 2 years. Signed C. D. C. Birmingham, March 1906. End of section 0. Meros to proton des historias des Hellenikes Epanastasios, the Greek War of Independence, to Charles D. Chambers. Hedestin nekographe hypotes librevox koinonias bepoiemene. Pantade den tauta de rumena hyparche to koino gdemati. And the pleon eideies, and the boethuies de koinonia, eise episcopies ton tu diadictiu topon. LibriVox.org. The Greek War of Independence, Part 1. The campaign in the Trans-Danubian principalities under Prince Alexander Hypsilantes. Kephalaion to proton. The physical features of Greece. Estimen he Hellas gemi grakai orene. Monegar et Thalia ucorene estin. Ece de duo moerans. Emmesogar auton estin ho Corinthios colpos. Cae stenos estin ho isthmos. Cae epiros men estin hepros borean moira. Kersonesos de hepros mesembrian. Cae huimen palaioi onomasdun sitan kersonesom Peloponneson. Hogar Pelops ectes asias palai aficumenos pros anthropun saporuns, hos graphe ho tu Gylides, ho uluru, and exin graphe tu polemu ton de Athenaion, cae ton Peloponnesion, dia ton Pluton di men megisten and tauta pros lambane. Hyde nyn epicorii onomasdun sin auten morean. Hegar ide des coras, homoia esti, do pillo des moreas. Microide sin hypotemoi, cae ente epiro, cae ente morea, blendu acaloiu, ende de chimerine hora, diaton hieton radios diabati. Od acaloios, esti micros, cae tans pegans ece endois lopis des Albanias, cae inspipte inston colpon ton Ionion catanticru des Kephalanias. Peruns in de holi nia don lopon inston Mesogean alla Paula insin cae calepai. enisigar ende cora caradrai ucoligae, hoste uradia estin he epimexia tois ente mesogeia cae tois paratalatsios. Cae proseti nesois in ucoligae metaxiutes de Europes cae des Asias, cae ton nesom megistes in he euboia, engus des Atticesque mene. Ton da allon onomas totatais in he de Samos, cae he Chios, cae he Lesbos. Kephalaion to Deuteron, the inhabitants of modern Greece. Catadeten arcentu polemutude nemunsi den coran hyde turci, Kyrioi garinsi des ges, cae hy apogoni ton pelaion Peloponnesion, cae xymictos ochlos ton epoikon, cae hy pleistui ton epoikon Albanioinsi, cae hy mempiloinsi do Hellenica dema, hy dec xymachioinsi ton turkon. Donde allon epicorion hy men den diaitan agunsin ente Mesogeia, catacomans atechistus, cae Georgiinsi, cae da probat et trefunsin entois lopus. Hy de catot latioinsi, cae emporui, cae ectes talatses ton pleiston dubio lambanunsin, hoten cae pluton ucoligun ecunsin, cae he paratalatios polyanthropos esti nauticae cloa. Hy de Georgoi hy ente Mesogeia aporoinsin, adancasdunsi garautuns hy turcui duns de alluns poruns perein, cae den decaten don horaion, hoste ucoligui dia den aporian don anancaion, lepuns in dans comans, cae anomos endois lopus di harpages ecunsi den drophen hosper cleptei. Harpasdunsi gar umodon taton turcon, alla cae taton brimpilon, cae udenos estin autois hocindinos, ude hotanatos, huto de peiran lambanunsi tu polemu. Kephalaion to Triton, the causes of the war. Cae duo aetiae haede malista aie pro agunsi tun supercuvus istum polemon, hete bitumia des Eleutherias, cae het timoria ton adicion. Dengun epitumia des Eleutherias ecunsin hyde Peloponnesioi, cae hy nesiote, cae ede protiumeis in hopla lambanin, cae prostuns despotans cindineuin dietade. Protom men in oligoriae ecunsin dus turcuns, cae numisnus in hoti autui men synetuisi, cae Andreioi, cae Hosioi. Duns de despotans ecunsin ac synetuns, cae anandruns, cae teus extruns. Alu prosegetuis ac synetuis archin, ude tuis synetuis hypacuen, ud axioi hy atolmois i despotai enae ton dolmeron. Epita anomamen cae adica aie pascunsin hypoton turcon. Adicumenoi ucoioidnis i dicen lambanin paraton aethion, allananque esti ten adician hypomenin, cae gertoi scritae sudem melle ute ton nomon ute tu diceiu, alla metadoron tans dicans grinunsin. Atimor et iun, eti pascunsin hypercuoi alluc anelpistuis ites timorias. Empeirui mengartes leisteias esin hy nautai, empeirui de ton hoplon cae ton macon hy cleptai hy endois lopois, cae proseti numisdunsin hoti hy rosei mellunsin boeteian autois parechein. Huto mende emparascaueis i tu polemu hyde nesiote cae hye peirotei. Axios de mnemes est in ho polemos hode. kai garxum bainus in nautoi, kai naumachiae, kai pesdomachiae, kai prosdosiae, kai xymporae pantuiae, kai erga axiologa hon tamen de megisten aeschinem pere tuiste turquis kai tuis hypecuis, ecte ton kai athanaton doxan lambanus in hecateroi. Kephalaion to tetarton, the Philiki heteria. Ine sande cataton chrononton de enteo de sa rossica emporia, empori Hellenicui ucoligui, cae ento Byzantia cae en allois carius deus paraton euxinon ponton. Cae ectes emporias plusioi ies ancae uca dynatui, cae xin homotae genomenui, calposgar eperon tenton turcon arcen, apostolus latrae pempon estem Peloponneson cae allose, cae hosus epeton synagus in estem synomos sian, hos emetecus in autes monon hycateperon, alla cae hui pleistui ton axiologon politon cae ente morea cae ente nesis. Cae tuns ente synomos siae onomazusi tempilicen etairian. Ton detairis ton, hymen tote bulauon hot iugeti crediet riven. Alla otius tomen Byzantion catacaien cae ton sultanon gitenen, tende Eleutherian cae tempalaian arcen ta Hellenica demo analambanen. Tuis dau prostatais tes xynomos sias mallon en gnome protomen tuns ende Moldovlachiae exagenes ton Polemon, epeta cae tuns ende Peloponneso. Estide he Moldovlachia humoros de Russia, cae de Austria, cae de Bulgaria, cae horizdi menautem prostem Sembrian, hoistros potamos, horizdi de Prosboran de Carpatia, hu de Picorii tes de Moldavias, cae des Vlachias hypecuies anton Turcon, cae poron autis cadeniauton eperon, aluc enesan ente carae stratiotae Turcicui plenoligon, ugar nomimon en catatans xyntegans. Alla diepempen sultanos hyparchus Christianus, cae prurus Hellenicus, cae Albanius, cae diauton archus ites ges hui Turci. Hui dum Moldovlachioi hetuimoi esan, huto gare mantanum paraton angelon hic synomotei, hopla lambanen cae hypertes Eleutherias cindineven. Grupa une poriton hui hetairistai, totar girion cae ta hopla proston Polemon, cae ecelon tuns pilus tuns ente Moldovlachiae hatruisden stratiotans, cae ta alla parasceuesden. Cae malis epra som proston Theodoron, cae ton Georgacen, cae ton Carabian, homos de diaprodoton ematon hui Turci ta perites xynomos ias. Kephalaion to Pempton. Hypsilantes crosses the Pruth, 6th of March, 1821. Caepide elten Angelia hoti pantatante Moldovlachiae hetuima autuis esti, ton hypsilanten strategum prostaxantes hetairistai angelon ta Georgace cae tuis allus hoti crepantas hosi metochis ites xynomos sias eutus en hoplus parenae. Ende hypsilantes huios tuprin hyparcutes Moldovlachias, hos hypoton Turcon epiprodosiae epetane, cae stratiotes men Andreos en, cae tolmeros en Machei, ende strategiae atolmos cae aperos. Diabans dun tom brutum potamon cae strateusans in siasium mete stratiotonis diacosius, te sychiane selten. Edegar hyenteic synomosia tuns prurus, esande tetracondauton desante someruns elabon, cae tuns emporuns tuns turcicuns desmoise pilatson, plen hosi apepygon. Geryxans un hypsilantes hodie beleuteria ton epicorion hece, cae hoti hotes rosias tyrannos melle boetien auta parechin. Allos dietriven en to iasia, utegar to galation catelaben uteta alla coria, tendeis metzoriis. Ude tuns nautans heteroisden hon ucoligos en horismos en to galatia, cae diauton radion en tonte potemon cae tuns poruns pilatsin. Hydebicorie hos eidon tenda actionesian tu strategu, cae ten aperian, hypopte genomenui u kypechuon to hypsilantei. Ude etzelon hopla airin, enomizonte hoti umbelle autoisten eleuteriam parechin, alla malon despotom metabolen, cae hama ton angelui, ectu galatiu, hya pangellum sin hoti hocarabias metaton allon hetairistom poneuns itun sece turcuns, cae taton emporon harpazunsi cae tan soecians catacaigunsi. Cae hyento iasia stratiotai accusantes, cae autuito auto ebratson. Eutis gar ex egagon tuns desmotans, huns en desmoteria epilatson, cae apolnauon cae tan soecians auton herpazon. Cae hymen taxiarchi cae hy epicorie ecolion autuns. Hod hypsilante sumonum panta perieiden, alla cae strategum prostatse ton carabian, hos malista aetios en des adicias. Cephalion to Hecton. The insurgents concentrate at Bucharest. Cae meta hemerastinas probainen ho hypsilantes insto Bucurestion, en hoen ho gergaces ho prurarchus, meta stratiotantinon hui pruries andu coriu, cae pistos en ho gergaces, etis cae allos ton entei synomosiae, cae Andreios hama cae Anaxios des symporas, cae hysteron prosepisen auta. Paresande cae ho Theodoros ho prostates ton epicorion, cae ucoligi ton ectes perioicidus. Cariti garautuns xynegagen ho Theodoros. Illegegar hotien elpidi esti ten tyrannida ton turcon caralyen, cae te patridi ten eleuterian analavin. Pantesun en toi auto corio stratopedon catelabon, cae ede en panti de ataxias cae hypopsias esan hyde stratiotei cae hypolitei. Hymengar stratiotei herpazon taton politon cae atacto iesan. Ugar miston parecen autis hypsilantes. Hyde taxiarchi diapori genomenoi eneridi esan, cae hypopteon alleluns. Tude hypsilantu ute hy taxiarchi hypecuon ute hy stratiotei. Esande pygadestines ectes hellados hyaiei eutacto esan, cae umeteicon des harpages. Cae ese grafen autuns ho hypsilantes. Logades gar esan cae machimoi. Ins locontina hon onomade ton hieron locon, cae epiton pilon ten epigraphen eikon tende, eleuteria et thanatos. Cephalion to Hebdomon. Treachery of Theodore Vladimiresco. Cae epeide hutos ece ta entos stratopedoa, angeliaetines denai elton ta hypsilante, cae ectes Rosias, cae ectu Byzantiu. Homengar tyrannos tes Rosias, peri tes strateas accusans, eutis hyporges, crufagar autu epratson hui hetairistei, egerytsen hoti ute xymprace ta hypsilantei, ute melle boetein. Hamade hui turki ton istron stratiadia bantes, ede en hodoesan. Accusantes gar hosa hui en ta Galatiae epaton hyputu garabiu, brothymoi esan den timorian ton adike santon ana lambanen. Kai hypsilantes epide hui angeli autai elton, uceti cata coran imenen, alla gnomen ece coriniston tyrgoviston, cae decisden do corion, eudeciston garen. Hode Theodorus, cae hui metautu protom menuc acolutusin, alla stratopedon gatellabon engis comestinos, cae apecitu Bucurestiu ecusi cae pentestadius. Epidede hui turci tote Galation amacihelon, cae to Iasion, cae ede procorunsin esto Bucurestion, hypocore ho Theodorus es corionti ho calunsi Golestion, cae ede pansi delonen hoti prodotes est in Theodorus, cae protimos xymprace tuis met hypsilantu, alla mallon et tele automolem prostuns turcus, cae autos parauton ten argentes vlachias laven, hos mistontes brodosias, cae gar hypsilantes xynella ben angelontina, hos eperen epistolem paratu Theodoru prostuns polemius, en he gnomen properen en caero automolia corem pros autus, hoste den archen ilia ecen. Kephalaion to Ogdon. Retreat to Dragashan. Epeide unis to Golestion ho Theodoros elten, hote Georgaces cae alletines taxiarchi apicomenoi prosecallon autones xyllogon. Cae ento xyllogo ho Georgaces ecelleiuet un saldus apagentum prodoten, apiston garenae cae axion tanatu. Xynellabon un auton cae apegagon esto stratopedon tu hypsilantu, cae metoligon chronon hypotu carabiu en denotini tropo apetanen acritos. Donde stratioton husi auto xyne colutum, hui mem prostuns turgus prosecorun automoli, hui dalle cata coran emenon cae xyne macun teis met hypsilantu. Cae ento Tyrgovista, hosper cae ento Bucurestio, atacto iesan hui stratiotai, cae dieten aporianton hebitedeion, herbas dom pantataton politon. Epide hui turci engis prosecoruon, hui psilantes met acrobolis mustinas, en hui secratun hui polemiei, hui pecore prosta metoria tes Austrias, en nomisde gar hoti hui turcoi mellusin en meso apolambanen auton cae hama hui metautu uc axiomacoiensin. Calaposum cae en hueto coresantes hui stratiotae proselton is commentina deciston, hancalunsi Dragasanion, cae paraton catascopon ematon hotien autae pruratis turcice enestin, in socta cosiunstinas. Et doci un to Georgace, estratege garton proscen, tende den hemeran hesic asdin, etalei porungar histratiotei, kyklade peripempei, ukoligonaritmon ton hopliton, kai katanotu ton polemion tatse entei hodo heprosten graiovan perei, hoste apolambanen tuns pruruns kai kollyen autuns hypopeugen. Huutogar hapanta semmellon apokiteinen. Kaigar opistentes comes en limne rediaton hyeton uradios diabate en. Errede potemos metaxuton turcon kai ton enantion. Stratopedon catellavon hote georgakes kai hokarabias. Engustes comes. Ode hypsilantes kai hykatopin Hesukazon en koria epitedeia apiketu dragasaniu stadia penteconta. Kephaleion duenaton. Battle of Dragashan, 19th of June, 1821. Hymenun allui kada koran emenon. Ode karabias diatenak synesian banda eptiren. Etelegar den doxantes nices tuis metautuinai, que hamate hesperae mecanastinas parellaba gryphatu georgaku, que metetes hippu hes strategi den gefuran diabans insto dragasanium proelce, que prosepese tuis turquis. Kai hieros locus epeide autonidon pro core santa, kai autui istuergone corum, kai tumo, kai rome in seltonis den comen. Protum menune povuntus turcus, kai turbum paricon hoste emellon tente comen ecliping, kai diates limnes hypopeugin. Egnungar hoti catanotu edes in hoi hoplitai. Epitamente aistomenoi hoti oligois in hui metacaraviu, kai hoti ute hui alle stratiotai prosboetusin, ute hai mecanai denaisi, apiruigar esan hui epitais mecaneis. Dromo proseballon tois anantiui satroi, cae etrepon cae tans mecanans heilon, cae ton hieron locon kraton, cae pantas hosi pein apectinon Andreos Macomenus. Huigar metacarabiu, epeire eidon da genomena, ucipemenon alla tactos apepygon nestos stratopedon. Kephaleion dodecadon, Flight of Hypsilantes. Ode georgakes epeide taute maten, eutus mestecaton stratioton hui edukon engus parastantes, epabuete, cae huto tolmeros prosebaletuis turcus, hoste anellabe duotom mecanon cae hosi hypolupoi esantu hieru locu, esoasde. Cae meta tuto edoce anacore nestos stratopedon. Oliguigar esan hui metautu, cae uceti huiui tesan tuis polemiuis antecen. Huide uc epidiocusin, obsegar tes hemeras ede en, alla esten comen an elton. Toda hypsilante, epede elten he angelia tautes des maches, atumia enepese, cae mallon protoron epitume ec peugin, cae de hystereia metoligon stratioton cae taxiarchon, latra apotus stratopedu epugen esta methoria, cae ceruxans hoti diatente apistianton allon strategon cae ten ataxianton stratioton, uceti elpisesti tes nices, diabeni ectes moldovlachias esten Austrian, kai metatauta is desmoterion espiptei, haegar archei hae austricae xynellabon autonte kai tuns alluns, kai hysteron chrono abet ananosae ente viennei, kai epeide epugen hypsilantes, hyallui strategoi kai taxiarchoi en gindynoi esan kai aporia panton. Tongar stratioton hymen eutomolun, hyde epoiku anekorun, hyde allui ukaxiomakui edokun enai. Kai tomen karavia kai alluistisin uketi edokei ente Moldovlachiae menein, alla catepygentine heurein. Catepygon un hutui esten Transylvanian. Kephalaion to Hendecaton. Bravery of Albanians at Skouleni, 29th of June, 1821. Taude Georgake kaitois pleistois ton Tarxiarchon, ukedoki taude poien. Udegar etzelon tun stratiotans, hosi hypolei poiesan, apolepin, ute to hypsulante acoluthen, alla gnomen econ diaferein ton polemon. Ugar dietentu hypsilantu paruncian, alla dioikean reten hyperdes eleuterias hopla laven. Ebulla onun apodon lopon hosper kleptai polemen, kai perimenton allon hosa epatson hypoton turkon umellographin, peridetu Georgaku kai tonen Skoulenio Albanion axiam nemeses titade. Hymenem Moldovlachiae Albanioi istat dracosius, hos ugetzelon ectu agonos apoleipin anno maches, prostus Skoulenion echorun, kai xyla kyklo periebellon hos de deichisdein docorion, ateiciston garen, kai te tritei hemerae ebelsen hoton turcon stratos. Taut hemmenun den hemeran metabrotiumias prosebellon docorio, hyde Albaniae kai hyalloi oiketores anteichon. Deide hysteraiae, ucedigar hypollui poies anton tetracosion pleon et diacosiae kai catepeson edet axyla, hyturcui bia enselton kai tuns pylacus eponeuon. Hymenum pleistui entauta apetanon Andreos Macomenoi, oliui detines effigon eston bruton podemon, hosparatos Skoulenion rei, kai ista epicetera tu podemu eneon, huto de enge allotria catephyge hyperkenautis. Kephalaion do dodecaton. Death of Georgaki, November 1821. Hode Georgakes metaparmaku, hos hegemonen dom Macedonon, gnomen eken isto Galatium baining, kai egeithen pros liminatina Hellenicum plein, kai metechin tu ende Helladiagonos. Edegar ercon tu polemu hyente Peloponneso, kai epimenduomenos hyturcui epidiocon autus entuis lopois, aluc hyoi tesan heurein. Diapiliangar hyoiketores ecrypton autus. Telus de hogar Georgakes noso et alaipore, catepygon is monasterionti. Hyde turci, epeide tauta para automoluti nos ematon, pensans dans epoluns nyktos catelabon, kai te hystereiae pantacotem proseballon to monasteria aluc hyoi tesan Helen, kai keruca pro pempon, kai etzelon adeon poien tata Georgake, kai hossi alloi paresan. Hode Georgakes utetuis logis episteuen, ute etelen ekein tuis polemiuis. Te dystereiae altis proseballon hyi turci, kai kratun ton pylon hoste ucetien elpis des soterias tuisendon. Kai ho Georgakes, epide ida te genomena, eutiusis elsen istum pyrgon tu monasteriu, en ho euporia en de spiritidos, kai epide esauton esidramon hypolemioi embresans apetsane, kai ton turkon ukoligi xinapetanon. Huto mende en hecto meni apfu hote hypsilantes kai hymetautu to proton hopla elavon, o moldoblachia agon is aiskran elteteleuten, diatente axinesian tu hypsilantu kai hoti hyoiketores ukenomidon auton soterainai, alla malon xenon kai allopulon. Telos tu pro tu merus. Meros tu deuteron des historias des Hellenicas Epanastasios, The Greek War of Independence, to Charles D. Chambers. Hedestin necographe hypotes librevox koinonias pepoiemene. Pandede taen tautha terumena hyparche to koino gedemati. And pleon eideies, and boethyes de koinonia, eise episcopies ton tu diadictiu topon. LibriVox.org. Part 2. The First Year of the War in Greece, 1821. Kephalaion to triton kai decaton. The Outbreak in the Morea, March 1821. Kai printa en moldoblachia hutos in saiskran teleutan eltsen, hy alloi Hellenes kai malista hyente Peloponneso pandidropo paraskevazdontai prosta paronta. Kai matsontes hotien hoplois edes in hyente moldoblachia hypsilantus strategundos, kai hoti gratunsi ton turkon, ugarta onta engellon hy apostoloi, alla panta cosmun, bulluntai kai autui metechein tu agonos, kai ente helladi majestai hypertes eleuterias, kai ente tarta meni tu ene autu, herche hedet tu polemu gignetai. Edu congertines stratiotai ton Albanion apobantes in sacratan. Esti de grata par Salassidion epito Corinthio colpo gemenon, cae limena echei, cae dietes mesogeas poreuontai prosten Tripolitsan. Hygarecei Turci en phoboi ede ontes phylacas medepempontai. Hudoiun hy Albanioi en hodoi ontes is piptun sine Synhedran, kaigar hyoiketores is karadran en hedreuon, kai apetsanon auton is ekosin hypoton polemion ballomenoi. Hyralloi epede dagnumena aistanuntai, eutsysto hopla apo ballonte sefygon. Tuuton ungenomenon stratiotaitines turkikoi, insta calabryta aneltsontes apengellon hodi hoi Hellenes ta hopla analavontes mellus i poliorkento chorion kai pantas tuns turkuns phoneuein. Eutsysun hui turkui hosoi esanen tois calabrytois et teichisdonte ta soikians kai talla paraskevazdonte prostem mellus am poliorkian. Tautem menuunten nykta hesykazon. Kephalaion to tetarton kai decaton. Fall of Calavrita and Kalamata, April 1821. Hamedete hemerae hyectes perioikizos Hellenes xyneltsontes peiran poiuntai tu teichus. Alukoioites an Hellene. Andreosgar apotu erymatos amynontai hyendon. Homos de metahemerastina en deia ton epidedeion, ugar sitos en etien ta teichei uralloti broma. Anoncasdontai hyi turcoi keryka pempim prostus poliorkuntans perispondon. Caituis Hellensi prostuto to kerygma bulle uomenuis, lyperegar kai autuis he poliorkia, et hoc apocrines tai hodia tellus spendes tai hoste tunste turcus, caetus Albanius hoseas anento teichei, aneu hoplon excelsen, cae epituto adeian ton somaton poiunsin, hyde poliorcumenoi cae per upaniu pisteuontes tuis polemiois, homos diaton megistos ton paronton kakon decontaitan spondans hosadunaton on allatini tropa sosdestai. Ugar hikanon autis hypercheto pletsos, hoste diaton polemion biasdestai escata fugentina. Alla de limo apataneen eikin tui sexo. Autis ton keryka pempunsi kai spendon tai kai horkuis tuis megistuis catelabon allelus hecateroi. Taude de accusantes alluitines tonante Peloponnesoi autis hoplae labon hos paraskon ten eleuterian analavein. Kai chorionti calamaton onoma apoliorkun. Kai de hysteria spondans poiuntai prostun sendon. Hosper caentois calabrytois, hoste tuns turcuns ados apelten, cae de chorion cada lambanusin. Epai Romeneion hui Hellenes de Duce, cae garoion osedoche autois enai dupolemu, xyneltonis ton potamon hosparatan calamatan rei, cae aucans poiuntai xympantes prostuns teus, tuns epichorius hos aetius ontas des autuchias. Homos de tuns turcus, epi de catatan spondans aneu hoplon exelton tu te chismatos, synelabon cae tuns horcuns parebainon, cae ton theon ton horcian melun, cae gar hysteron chrono tuns mempaidans andropodismusi, tuns anthropuns poneuns in hapantas. Cae periton apotanonton cateci eticae nynen de helladi hologos hode, hoti catefagen autuns hes selene, nictos gar cae latra apetanon. Cephalion to pempton cae decaton. Spread of the insurrection. Cae torsos elavi pantans tuns alluns Hellenas hosi esanente Peloponneso. Epi de autis he angelia elte, don entuis calabrytuis, cae te calamate genomenon. Cae catatachos parescevasdonto hos nis polomon cae protiumunto epelten epituns turcuns. Cae cataton chronotuton en esan ente Peloponneso, uc elatson dismyriui ton othomanon, hon hypleistui georgiontes, catacomans ateichistun suocun, cae apylactu esan. Al ute eleu ute oictu etikon. Hygar Hellenes buleuon to dicen lambanin tom prim patematon. Cae epituomenas dietelun tuste georguns poneuontes, cae tan suecians catecaiontes, cae tas caue leian poiunto. Tonde turcon hossuies tuns lofus pygen poiuntu, limo asteneia somaton cae traumas in apetneiskon. Cae udia macru catefaga cae tutuns selene. Oligio idetines diesosdonto figontes instant tripolitsan, eisti ton allon te chismaton ha phylatson eti hui turcui. Cae taende calamate genomena econtes paradigmata panton ha cae autui emellon pascein. Pantitropo parescevasdonto hos upot mellon testuis polemiois eicein apistuis te unsi cae ponicotatuis. Huto mende is polemon aspondon cae acericton echorun hecaterui. Cephalion to hecton cae decaton. Device of the primates to avoid arrest. March 1821. Cata de ton chronon tuton, en hoi geneto he hallosis ton calabryton, cae eti protoron sten tripolitsan xyneltin tuns de procrituns ton Hellenon, cae tuns episcopuns, dihon hui turci ton foron epratsonto. Xynelton gar catetos hecastonis tauten tempolin, hos periton forum buleusontes, cae in axiomati esan hypoton hypercoon cae dynamin ucoligen econ. Hyde turci ede en phobo iontes, est tanonto gar tuns Hellenas hoti parascevasdontai hos polemesontes, Escopun hopos lempse homeron allotini tropo lysunsi ten epanastasin. Kai Ariston ephainototis tuns procritus syllabin, egarecinus catexunsi, cem pilacete resunsin, elpison ton demon aposteresin ton hegemonon. Al uprochore autis ta pragmata bulonto. Hygar procrito idontes men hoti prochoresunsin esten tripolitsan, cindinesunsi dena paten. Faneros da apepin ubulumri escopun hopo sarista hex eta pragmata, cae toion de tie bulevon. Xyn elton es commentina, che apechetes tripolitsa soliga stadia, cae enteucem metaturcontinon eporeuonto hos epites polios. Al ede en hodoiontes, ec parasceves en edincanon angela hos eferenautis epistolem seldem usan cae ucalensen. Prosepoiunto gar ten epistolem paratinos tolen tripolitsa turcon pilu ontos tuis hellensin elcen, cae hoti paraenei autis epoicon apelcen. Ugaras feleseinae probaenein esten tripolitsan, hos melonton ton en archais pantons punewein. Anignoscus in un tauten ten epistolen, tuis turcis hymet auton esan, cae tem prodosian auton categorunsi. Cae tuton genomenon uceti esten tripolitsan prochorunsin, al apocomisdontai epoicu. Kephalion do hebdomon cae decaton. Murder of the Patriarch in Constantinople, 22nd of April, 1821. Endete Constantinopole hos sultanos epe deperituem modoblachia polemu ecusen, hyporges ec des polios ec sebalon ucoliuns ton ec Hellenon, alnus de cae eponeusen hos xynomotas sontas cae apistuns. Cae stratiotans instans oicians ton idioton diepempsen, epizetes in ton hoplon diatopantans sumoios en hypopsia echen. Phaneron de genomenon ton en de Peloponneso, cae mallon orgizeto cae odoxe megati pragma praxanta, ec plexae tuns hypecuns. Protum menun synellaben hepta ton archiereon, cae edesen en to desmoterio, cae garto autuns syllabin elpise megalen ec plexin parexin tuis alluis. Epita cae auton ton Gregorion, ton patriarchen apecteinen, en tropo ateiode. Eltenis ten oician tu Gregoriu homegas diermeneus, meta tu grammateos cae stratiotonti non, cae engelen auto hodi de autus, tus archiereans xyncalein, hos periton paronton buleusontas. Cae epide istu buleuterion hui archieres xynelson, togar me hypacuein de non ephainota autis. Anigignoscetae hypotu megalo dihermeneos, epistole en hei categores tu Gregoriu hos sultanos, hos prodotu ontos, cae meteton polemion tu basileos xymprazontos. Apegagon un auton histratiotai isto desmoterion. Apochore santos de autu hodiermeneus elsiuse celeus et uns parontas haerestai allontina patriarchen antitu Gregoriu. Tongar Basileon ubules taetuns Christianus aneo patriarchu enae, dietoten hiorten agen, et duchongar to pasca poiesontes te epigignomene hemerae, cae te hysteraia celeus santos tu sultanu hoplitaetines cae hippes exegagon ec tu desmoteriu ton Gregorion ten sceuen hieran eti forunta, cae dieton hodon poreuomenoi afficonto isten oician autu, cae entade protestiras apancusin auton cae per anaitiononta cae acriton. Kephalion to ogdon cae decaton. Recovery of the Patriarch's body. cae epimen 3 semanas protes oikias emenetus soma tu patriarchu. Epeta hyen tele ekeleosan ton Judaion tinas, extis garesan hy Judaioi tuis Hellesin, apokomisden auto cae esten talas sans ripten. Ege niun is ploion is bantes cae sparto desantos lison prostos soma eripson esten talasan. Al ugar hikanos barysen ho litsos hoste cada dius aiton necron, edu comport mestines Christianoi heurontes ton necron to anemo cada feromenon, cae apocomismus in esten odeson, aistomenoi men hotiesti to soma hiereos tinas Christianu, agnountes do hotiesti tu patriarchu. Cae pede eis tanunto hyente odeso to necron hospertea duce ectes talases anaferomenon, edoxe demosia ton tafon poiestai, cae pompen epoium megalen cae euprepen. Epidegar hec fora egeneto, esan entois pompeusi pantes hui axiologotatui ton politon, cae hires poloi, cae hippes, cae hoplitai, cae ton xenon plesos timega. Huto mende etapton ton Gregorion ton patriarchen. Ide taute egeneto ente summasi don proxenon tes Rosias, cae tes Anglias, cae ton allon megalon dynamion, ucalapone casdestai hosa epatson hui Hellenes hui en Smyrne, cae pollais allais polesi. Polluns mengar anthropus cae paedas ephoneosan hui Turci. Pollans oikias lean poiunto. Cae pantacu en Thorbus polus cae ecplecticos. Kephalaion to Enaton cae Decaton. Deputation from the Morea to the islands. Cae eutius metatata hui procritui tes Peloponnesu presbis pempus in est apsara apangelontas apepoiecas in huiente Helladi. Apo bebecotes un hui presbis esten neson cata lambanusi ton demon mellonta ecclesiam poien peritu polemu cae parel ton tisauton elegetoiade. Paralleli tamen opsariane insten ecclesiam tende hos person tuns nesiotans boetein tuis cateperon, xium bebeca garcairos, hos upo protoron, hyger Peloponnesioi hopla lavontes eden nicecasi tuns turcus, cae cratecasi tes coras. Hyde turci bepeugansi men estate schismata, bepeugotes de ucecunsi epitedea ude ta allasceue hoste antecen, e cade gen cae cade talasan poliorcesomen hautus. Tagar de schismata panta plantes tripolitsans para salasia esti. Deum pantas tuns nesiotans, cae hossi esta nautica empiroinsin eutius boetein. Syngenes gar este ton en de Peloponneso, cae eton gindyno metexete cae des apauton eleuterias. Alude macregoren, autuigar heoracate, hosa hui turci istuns Hellenas hemartecasi, cae hosa ento paralleli toti chrono bebontamen. Hyde psarianui apoton logon tuton de tarsecotes, cae mimenes comenui haento princhronoi hui turci edicecesan. Pro tumulto timorian analavem panton hon ebebontesan, cae hypesconto entace boetesen. Id presbis, epede eis tanunto autuns pro tumuls ontas, epleuson est spetsa, cae ten hydran, cae ten des psarues genomena angelandes epiton tuns nesiotans estom polemon. Kephalaion to Ekoston, the islanders join in the revolt. April 1821. Vid nesiotai hutui jupoteleis mem foruesan, cat eniauton garepempon ton forum prostan Constantinopolin, tad alla autonomoi apoliteunto. Kai hama pollans naus econte semporias heneca megam Pluto ne lefesan kai empiroi esan ton nauticon. Kai catemenden epanastasin des Gallias, kai tuns hysteron epigignomenus polemus, en hyse stratege hon Napoleon, siton ise comison cata talassan istans polens stans pros hesperan des Europes. Ec pepetocotos de tu Napoleonos, uc homoios eupraguon. Cain tuto to chronoen ho earchetu Hellenicu polemu geneto, genei menes an hyplestai ton neon, vid nautai scholazuntes cae tiumun. Cae mallon pro tiumunto ebiscevasden tans naus, cae epiplum poiestai tuis turcuis. Affigomenon ton presboan syn elton hyne siotai, hos buleusomenoi periton paronton. Cae doxam metechintu agonos, discopun hopos arista ton plum poiesonte. Cae ariston painoto autois, tans naus alnos ec pempen, hopos da fortegica ploia ton turcon sylnebsonte. Etidecae instan epiron des asias plen, hos epimelesomenoi hopos empolon genesontai to sultano me pempen boetian tuis en de Peloponneso poliorcumenus. Effainunto gar hyende Constantinopole toneston Hellada plum parescevas domini. Ende tuto educen afficomenos ectes hiu neophytostis, hos epese tuns entele proton ischion ton plum poiestai. Hod neophytos perimenta politica aperos en. Hysteron de chrono didascalos genomenos epeideus etinas ton axiologota ton Hellenon. Cae ede emploiontes ematon hote hui turcui xyllavontes tuns procrituns, hosiende hiocat ocun, homerum secunsi. Cae numizuntes hoti eiton epiplum poiesontai te nesa, em megala cindyno ton somaton esontai hui Homeri, apractui apepleusan. Kephalai onto proton caecoston. Success of a Greek fireship, June 1821. Accusantes dohoti neostines turcicae ec tubos puru ec pleunsin. Eutsis parescevasanto hos ecese ton plum poiesomenoi. Cae enedi contrieretini ton turcom perisamon hormusei. Cae ugar etelon en hemera insceras elsen, ebuleusanto hui nauclerui nyctos prosballen. Hode canaris, ende ton naucleron empirototos cae Andreos, gnomen poiesato hoti de pur emballen de trierei, cae autos buleto temperam poiesastsei. Hol cademen untina palaian, cae educe parunsa, egemisan glematidon cae dados, cae nictos epigenomenes ins bantes nautaititines sin secosi, cae autos canaris, cae gelation anade samenoi elatson tuns polemius pros pleontes. Cae epide ede engus esan, cira sideran ebebelon de trierei, hoste uceti dynaton en dois turcuis da duo ploia apoliuen. Cae hui metacanarios de men holcadi pur enebalon, autoide isto gelation metabantes elaunon. Cae autius flogs megale geneto, epi foru untos tu anemu, cae huiente trierei uchoioi tontes to pur pausai, pantes homu diepteronto. Ugar en autus instengen nen hos meteoru hormuses des trieruns. Huide Hellenes hosites peras metechon, pantes sosdonto dieto tuns polemius malum prosten holcada epros doceletion tunum prosecen. Epairomenoi un te euducia pareplon ten epiron hui Hellenes, cae ento parapla hamamen apobasin se poiesanto, cae pollan lean elavon hama deploya fortegiga lavontes, tuns men nautans cae tuns emporuns e fonauon, dans de naus e aplus e poiesanto, e ana de samenoi parecomisanto insta psara, cae ec plexis polle geneto tuis turcis ec tu ergu. Kephalaion to deuteron cae ecoston. Battle of Veletsi, 24th of May, 1821. Cae poliorgumenon en de tripolitsa ton turcon, xune triste estem poliorgiam megaplesos ton Helenon. Cae paresan hydalli strategi, cae ho Demetrios hypsilantes, cae ho colocotrones, tuton homen Demetrios Delphos on tu hypsilantu tu emmodovlakia strateguntos exepempte hypautu esten Hellada. Hode colocotrones protorum men enton klepton, cae teit Andrea proecon cae emperia tu polemu en axiomatien hypoton Peloponnesion. Hutu iun hystrategi prostaparonta bulle womenui escopun hopos lepsontai to chorion. Egar tuto lepsesetai, elbison entace cae ton allon teichismaton, hon hyturgoie philason gratesin. Caetum proton edoxen epiton lophon, hykyklo peries ite polei, stratopedeu estai, caetum parodon phylacem poiestai, hopos metet apitedeia es comistesetai estem polin, mete hyendon esten talasam peuxontai. Huton gar nomisdon hodikrono hetripolitsa ec poliorce thesetai. Stratopedeus samenoiun epiton lophonton hypertes polios, hesychasdon ute estopedion catapainontes, ute te pole prosbolans poiumeni. Hyde turci, idontes hoti paresceuasdontai hosnes machen, protom men ebec solum se poiesanto, cae cratun des ges. Epeita en allegoria edet uns polemius equontes, die noetes am prosballen to megistos stratopedo, cae epede caeros doce ienae, ham heo exceltontes metapollon hopliton, cae hippeon, cae dietu pediu poreutentes, anebainum prosto stratopedon ton Hellenon. Hyde epede hefodos egeneto, aputo erumatos macumenei ape crusanto tuns polemius. Cae nictos ebigignomenes enancascesan hyturcoi hypocorein apractoi, cae ende catabase throrubescentes polloi apetanon. Hylolus garontos tu choriu, hy Hellenes radios et thorubon autuns, emperiontes des choras, cae ectuas falluns ballontes. Kephalaion to triton cae ecoston, siege of Tripolitsa. Eparcentes de dainige tautei, hystratege ton Hellenon excelli ponto stratopedon toenteis lophois, cae catella ponta tricorufa. Estide ta tricorufa lophos engystes polios gemenos, cae hama parescevasdonto hos prosbolem poie somenui te polei, cae epide hyturcicoi hippes exceltontes, hos percae protoron, escedastes an anatopedion, o colocotrones locis de stratiotans tinas ins coilen hodon. Cae hui ectes enedras aipsnidios epigonominui tuis hipeusi catanotu prospipdunsi cae trepunsi. Hoste dieptares men is hecaton oligui ditines instem tripolitsan diesocesan. Huto men hui Hellenes ecratun des ges. Tuis de turcuis uceti en ebex soluns poiestai, ude trophe hicane hyperchen, hosten tenun cae autui cae hippoi. Aparuntes de hopos sosesontai, eselon spendestai hoste metoplon exelten cae ados instem talasan poreutenai. Hyde strategi ton Peloponnesion, coi neimen ucedexanto tuns loguns, Idiade angelums pempsantes prostonsendon, etines autois gnorimo iasan, hypes conto, peses taiton somaton, epidai argyrion reton deceste. Alloide ellaton polluntes sitontuis poliorcumenes, nyktos garta epitedeia perum prostateiche. Hudomen chronia ageneto he poliorgia. Epeide de hy Hellenes emathon hodis strateumetti torkykon ede poreuetei instant Peloponneson, Gehenemes ectes Constantinopolios exepleusan, prothymetes antem polin Helleim brintautanten stratean apficestae, cae cerica pempsam prostuns turcuns, legonta hodiet cellus spendestae, hoste pantans tuns entei polei, tuns dandras, cae tans gynaicans, cae tuns paidas, aneu hoplon excelsen. Kephalaion to tetarton cae egoston, Fall of Tripolitsa, 5th of October, 1821. Hyde turcui, engelto gar ede audis, hosa egegenauto cae pepperacto ento neo castroa, cae tuis allis de chismasin ha ec popoliorce menaen. Ephovethesan cae allan spondas proferon cae ege cheirian epoiesanto. Cae tes ege cheirias genomenaes, edi constratiotaitines Hellenici prostateiche coruntes, hositum polesontes tui sendon, cae prosperontes climacas anebainon. Anabantes Deutius catecops antus pylacas, cae tu Hellenicon semeion epitoteiche eran. Taute iduntis, hyentos stratopedo hopla labontes dromo corun, hymen istateiche, hyde prostans pylans, haedukon aneogmenae diatenece cheirian, cae bia in celsun istem polin, cae lampros lelumenoan don spondon, pans idea letru epigenetotes politais, domen garanthropon, hymen en chersimechomenui apethanon, hyde estans oikias fugontes en eprescesan. Haide gynaikes cae paides, o mos cae aparaitetos poneutesan. Tautem men nunden hemeran, cae tes hysteraias merosti, ducendon apoceteinuntes epepaunto hui Hellenes. Tede trite dietes polios escedas menoi dans oikias hosai uc ede cecaumenae esan, alesdonto, cae epipollans hemeras, hui ectes perioikidos, epeide afficto autois hangaliates losios, xynelzontus harpagen, eti paralleleipto, lean apoiunto, cae pollon necrona tafononton, ugar ethelon hi Hellenes taptinta somatoton athomanon, erexato ede luimos gnestei, hoste doxe tuis strategois, denta polin leipein, cae te chorionen hoeas an strato pedeumenoi, ededar edet neces am polloi. Taudemen tacateten halos in des tripolitsas genomena. Telus tu deuteru merus. Meros tu triton des historias des Hellenices Epanastasios, The Greek War of Independence, to Charles D. Chambers. Hedestin echographe hypotes LibriVox koinonias pepoie mene. Pantedet an tauta de rumena hyparche to koino gdemati. Ante pleion ideias, ante boetuyes de koinonia, et episcopuies tontudia dictu topon. LibriVox stigme.org. Part 3. The Campaigns of 1822 and 1823. Kephalaion to pempton cae ekoston. The Samians try to persuade Chius to join in the insurrection, March 1822. Cae hamato aeri eutus arcomena tu epigignomenu terus, o sultanos en noia cae nos apostellein ectes Constantinopolios hopos hoplitanste kai sidon e sagagonsin esta deikismata hosa en de helladi etipoli orketai. Kai hama apobasins poiumenui kata plum pobum parekosi tuis nes iotes. Dongar neson gratatison eukateire toteruns nomisen esestai tuns alluns hellenas. Kai ton neson epigin dy notaten den tesin ekon, hete chios kai hesamos kai tapsara hos engis unta des peiru. Kai hui memsarianui empeirot doiontes des talatses, kai hui samioi en oligoriae puiuntu tuns turcuns. Eutycesantes gar en to protera etei, edocunis cyroteroi autoanenai. Vidicie plus iotodoiontes, kai neson tuis pansin porataten oicuntes, prosten hes psychiam mallon ten gnomen ekon povumenoi met de notata pathosin hypoton turkon hypoton hellenon. Peridetuton ton chronon, etice pygastis kios onomati Antonios, in samon aphicomenos, kai meta lycurgu xympraci hopos in apostasin epotrynosi ten kion. Hod lycurgus protoron men en iatros todede en axiomati hypoton samion genomenos bitan notatos en to demo. Hudo iun epesantuns samius parechin naustinas, kai hoplitans legontes hodi hui hellenes pensans dans nesuns peripoiesontai, bebaioteran den arcentes talatses hexonsi. Labontes de blesosti, exepleusan kai apobas impoiesameni isten kion keryka epempon, kai is apostasin proca luntu tuns epicoriuns. Hyde bulleuonto eite hopla labontes medecosi tu polemu, eite kai hesuchian agosin, hosper kai proteron, kai edoxen hesuchasden. Denon garen me hy ectes peiru barbari megala strata apicomeni eutis den dimorian analabosin hos macran apecontos tu hellenicu nauticu. Cephalion do hecton gaecoston. The Massacres at Chios, April to June 1822. Alud hos etzelon hy meta lycurgu dem peiran apocnen, procoresandes des tempolin hen orcun hy pleistuit on turcon emperiontes. Tus men apponeusan, tus de inspygen etrepon, kai ten acropolin poliorcun en he encatelifte pruratis turcice. Kai hus sultanos epeide tachista taute ecusen, hoti malista origizdeto, kai edoxen eutius naus hos blestans apostellein hina boetiam parecosi de prura, kai tuns samius ec balosi. Pro tumundo de histratiotae insta macrotata, kai xuneple autis polys arithmos ton etelonton hos ep harpagen. En de tuto poliorcumenu etitu coriu, ton chiontines, tol meroteroi genomenoi, fovumenoi me hypotu lycurgu de notata pathosin, hopla elabon kai xune poliorcun ten acropolin. Prin dexelten paraboetes et strateuma ton turcon, is heptacis chilius, kai to lycurgo, kai tuis metautu, ecpexis en epese, kai edoxen asphalesteron enai instans nausins bantas apoplen pros pollodina toteruns agonisdestai. Di fugonton gunton samion hymen kiui ascenestriesan hoste amynestai, kai inspansan ideam pugese coruon, don de turcon hoplitai kai allos oclos epipollum chronon dietelun tuns men apoctenontes, tuns dandrapodisdontes, tuns dallus eleisdonto hae bulonto. hosoi mengar esta monasteria catephugon, catechilius anthropus cae pleus xynapetanon. Alluide instans oikias cateltontes, ade angar autois hypesceto diacericon hostrategos, panoikesia hoseipin ephoneuhonto, utegar ephidonto hybarbari presbyterans ute neoterans helicias, ute ton paidon ute ton gynaikon, cae to saude adicesan hosa uke mine moneuto allotipu genestai. Homos de ton apotenonton lypero terra e painoto he sympora cae ton perigenomenon, epigar duleia e bemptesang prosten epiron. Kephalaion do hebdomon cae goston, Mavrocordato goes with an army to Messolongi, June 1822. Cata de tuton ton chronon en ha hycioi hueta sepraxan, hom Mavrocordatos prostates tu coinu genomenos, e buloto esta hesperia tes hellados plein, hine tuis te suliotais, tuis ente giapei poliurcumeneis boetheiam parecei, cae ta pragmata is amino catastas in agagei. Hygarece Hellenes estasiason en allaleis, cae uden axiologon eston polemon epraceto. Ende hom Mavrocordatos gnomete udenos hysteros, cae insta politica empeirotatos, cae protiumeto cae periton polemicon doxam proslaven. Embibasans unis tans naus hoplitans hos septocosius cae tom psilonis cilius cae tetracosius exepleus en esto Messolongion, xyneple dauta cae hopilelenon lochos. Pandesgar hypilelenes xynhetristesen es henalochon, estratege dauton daniastis italos genos. Afficomenos de esto Messolongion syneprace tuis ece hegemosin hopos tu suliotan sosdei. Ton degemonon dynatotatos en hogogos, hos ede hebdomeconta ete gegonos, cae kleptes to pringenomenos pitanotatos en tuis epicoriis. Hutos phobumenos me astenesterant en dynamin hykleptai ecien, ei meta Mavrocordato ta pragmata catexusi, prodote segeneto, cae panta ha anna iecon Hellenes latra parengelle de Turcis. Hyde stratopedon catalabon, en de arte hopos Gallien tus polemius estanquiapam probainen. Stratausante sun Hellenes estopeta, apecide to chorion tes artes hos ecus iduen deonta stadia. Stratopedeus santo cae autui. Stratege dauton normannos anglicostis genos. Leipstegar epilagadei ho Mavrocordatos en latsun stratopedoa. Kephalaion do ogdon cae ecoston. Battle of Peda and destruction of Philhellenes. 16th of July, 1822. Hymen un Hellenes, hos ute mecanae hyperchon autis, hostet en artam poliorcen, ute dynatoi esam biae dielcen estan Japan, polans hemerans he sychazon caeron scopuntes. Hyde Turci en oligoriae ede autum secontes, dienuntu brusbolem poiestai. Exceltonte sum pollop letei, esan dos octicis Kyriei, cae ham hea afficomenui en gistes polios cadebainon esto bedion, udenos lyontos. Dogar beta tesin eci metaxiduo lophon, uc hypselon onton, cae perieci tuns lophus bedion mega. Epide un eis tanonto hui Hellenes tuns polemius pros coruntas, paresque vasdonto cae autui hos in smacen cae etatsonto hode. Homem Pilhellenicos locos, epi tu lophu tu protes comes ent etagmenos. hopos tai protei hormei ton polemion antechyen, kai tu politu ergo excelsyen. Idalli epiton katoping meteoron, diatetagmeni esan hina kollysean tuns turcus taute ten ephodon poiestai. Proton menun hy barbari tuis philhellensi prosbolen poiesanto, hosper kai prosedeconto. Hyde Andreos macomeni dis et tris apecrusanto autunus, ques pygen etrepon, aluden hetson acrobolismois, kai pantitropo epecheirun hui polemioi kratein tu lopu. Epita ho turkikos strategos, idon tus stratiotans allos ponuntas, kai desans me ucetiu dem praxeian ex anantias pros ballontes, periepem se plesos ti mega ton Albanion, hopos tuis epitu opisten lofu pros pesontes phobeseian kai huto grateseian tes polios. Huto iun elaton anabainontes eston lopon, hone de ton gogon phylaxai, kai dietem producian autu apphylactosen, kai ede gas hypercegenomeni epipeson tuis hellasi kai spygen etrepon. Idalli idontes ten tropen kai autui apephygon, hymen ista ore, hyde hos hekastui elpida ekon des soterias. Kratesan sun dom meteoron, hoton Albanion strategos, tuns men diepemsen hopos tuns peugontans dioxeian, tuns de esten komen hopos catecausseian tans oikias. Tuis de lui pois pros tuns philhellenas procoresen. Kai do ergon entautsa calepone geneto to loca tuto. Kai amphiboloi ontes, kai polloi soligoi macomenoi. Homos ante icon epipolin chronon, epeita mentui, ugar pleone tessaraconto hyperleipthesan, syncleisantes droma biasdon tai diatom polemion, kai diesothesan hos pente kai ecosi, kai hexium fora haute ud mias elatson epepesen henige loca ton cataton polemon. Ton dallon hellenon hosoi ephygon, u polloi apetanon, ugar epipoly hedioxis egeneto, alla mallom prosten leian et raponto hypolemioi. Kai mete tauten dem machen homem maurocordatos, kai ton stratioton hosoi hypolui poi esan, an elson esto mesolongion. Hyde suliotai, hyendec japei, idontes hot iudemia boetheia hexei, dans spondans edexanto, hans proferen hos strategos ton turkon, kai apecomisthesan esten kerkyran hypospondi. Kephalaion dueneton kai ekoston. Invasion of the Peloponnese by Dramali, July 1822. Kai kataton auton tuoton chronon, geleuontos tu sultanu, ho Dramales strategos on, autocrator metatris myrion stratioton, hon hyplistui hypesesan, dietes Thessalias strateuen, hopos stem Peloponneson isbalon pensante tangente mui, cae tuis epichorius duleian epiperui, cae afficomenos instans Thebans, cae tempolin helon catechausen. Hyger Hellenes istan Salamina catephygon, cae ude dans parodons phylason dans dietas boiotias perusans. Ende pruratis Hellenice, ende Corintho tropen triomeno necunsa. Tuis de prurus, hos idon tanis volenton polemion, ec plexis epigeneto megiste de, canis pygen et raponto, cae per pysei scuras unses de sacropolios, cae eupylactu. Houtos istem Peloponneson neseballon hyturkoi amachei. Alla cataspudem pore womenoi polla ton hyposdygion, kai ton hippon apeballon, kai ta epitedea brachea echon. Hoper kai maldista en hystera diepsere ta pragmata. Kai prin ton dramalen afficestai hyturkoi, hyen nauplia tote epoliorcunto, ede en pollo atiumia kai aponoia iontes, is logus elton tois poliorcunsi perispondon kai tes paradosios tu tecus. Hyde procritui ton Hellenon, diatribon, kai en alleles estasiazon, hos buolumonoi hekastos autos to poli tes harpagas comisdestai. Epeide un engelte, hotito turkikon strateuma epercetai, kai hosun uc ede paresti, tuismen en nauplia Rome geneto, hyde Hellenes anelpis tui genomenui tes Eutychias kai Eutimuon. En declesia ton strategon, kai ton procriton, kai alloi men alla allegon, hyde pleguns mallon ten gnomen econ, estans nos autui ins bainin, kai hosa cremata econ, comisdes teis coriontias fales, hode hypsilantes teleutaios par elton elegetui alle. Kephalaion dotria coston. Speech of Ypsilantis. Epeide o politae pensi delonestin hoti hui turci polla strato procorunsi, cae hoson uparesi deihe mans prostaparonta eubuleuestae hostes patridos em megistoc indino unses. Hosui menum beituns in humans instans nons ins bainin, cae prostans nesuns apopeugein, mathonton hoti etem Peloponneson hui polemioi catastrepsontai, econtai cae hainesui hostetuis figunsin, ud mia soteria hyparxei, alla mallon ispaneronoletron coresontai. Tina unelpide econtes, et tini gnome mellete apoplein. Polsgar ublave, cae hemin cae tuis allois Peloponnesius tuto gignestai. Cae pos ucre cae epito escatonagonos eltein mallon aiscroston gindinon fugein. Nomiseide medins, hoti den aspaleian hexomen hypocoresantes estem mesogeian, caegar utet un stratiotans hoioite sometaha troisdein, utet epitedeia higenos lavein, alla radios pensan den hellada catapolemesuns in hui turcei. Hurtos un echonton ton pragmaton tada bulleua, Pempetemem proston colocotronen hopos en tachei metastratias pros hemas eltei. Pempete decae esten allem Peloponneson. Cae autui tons paroduns philatsamen, cae tuis polemiuis anacorunsin. En tacheigar he anacoresis autuis genesete aporiae, ton epidedeion, ton siton catecausomen. Pros balomem et Andreas cae Tolmes. Cae prostun stratiotans idia tade lego. Eitis oietaituns polemius poveruns senae, oti pollun sipeans econtes ercontae, pantom maldista pisteusato, endeagar tropes ucresimoi esontai hui hippoi, ude engei oreinei hoioi tesontai hui hippes blaptein hemas plea e pascein. Tuton menestentes meceti dia phobu este, alla scopete hotita polla prosimon esti, cae prosimos acolutes ate, cae tolmeros epelcetetuis polemiuis. huto gar calliston de ergon heming symbesetae, cae ucan elpiston emoege. Cephalaion de proton cae triakoston. Dramali et Argos, July 1822. Tu iautem enelegen hupsilantes, cae tom procriton hymem pescentes estratopedeu santo epitom meteoron, hyda alli das petera auton labontes epion estans naus. Autos de hupsilantes, tus heu tu echon hos heptocosius hoplitans, esten Larissan, esti de Hellarissa Acropolis tu Argus. Seltsen hopos hypolemiui anankasdon tai diadriven, cae me istem mesogeiam poreuon tai, cae hamaton siton catecause tonento pedio, hina meden hyturcui ecton agron comisdontai. Tuton ungenomenon eutius hodramales estopedion catabaine iudenos coliontos, cae stratopedon taute catalavam pro pempsen hypeastinas in spentacosius, hopos ta epitedeais comisdosi tuis poliorcumenuis, cae to chorion peripoiontai. Brindautuns afficestae, hui Hellenes, hui to chorion poliorcun, desantes me hui polemioi spans en meso apolambanosi, to heo ton stratopedon apolipontes apefugon, a macheiun ne selton hui turcoi estem polin. Ende tuto hodramales, epede uc exceltonis macheen hui met hypsilantu, ude hui epiton lophon tetagmenei, tota Argos leian poiesato, cae ten Acropolin poliorcei, cae polis chronos cae hocolocotrones afficato metestratias ectes mesogeias, cae hui Hellenes tolmeroteri heauton genomeni, cae desantes hama me hupsilantes uceti hoius tei antecheen, ugar pollaenta epitedeia ento te schismati, en sphisin auteis bulevonto, cae stuiondet ietreponto, hyponycta catabainus in hyectom meteoron, alli alloten cae metagrauges polles, cae boes epepeson tuis polemiis, hopos malum pros fans prosecositon nun, cae tuis met subsilantu asphaleia genetae tes exodu, hoper cae geneto. Hogar subsilantes, cae stratiotae hos ex seconda epide eidon ton toribon, elaton exeltontes, cae hysteron chronoa, cataton auton tropon esotesan cae hylui poi. Cephalaion to deuteron cae triakoston. Retreat of Dramali, August 1822. Hesykasdon de pollans hemerans amphoteri, hymen dans paroduns pilatson des hopos me catagenda epidedea in spems te prostuns polemius, hyde procedeconto dans nans, hasedes physis siton comisdene. Hode Dramales, epide haineos auta paregignonto, pubumenos me uceti hui Hellenes gratetosin, alla malon autos anancas te hypochorein, en polleia timia ien. Hui Hellenes datom polemion idontes en hoto estin et tarsum, cae, hosematon ecton automolon hotite aute hodoe, hei cae instopedion proton esebalon, mellunsin hypolemioian chorein, epempsanton nicetan cae stratiotan sucoliguns hytines enedram poiesontai, cae ta calapota tes parodu pro catalabontes phylaxunsin. Hutu iun epiton lophon catestratopedeu santo engistes hodu. Kai aporon dramales hoto tropo as palestata auto genesete anakoresis, telos dianoet domere tu strateumatos poiesai, kai to mem pro pempein hopos pros bolans poiesontai, kai tes hozu krateseian, autos de tai hysteria metaton allon stratioton kai ton skeuforon embellen epakoluten. Kai peide kairosen, eporeuonto tenes corinthon perus an hodon, hoplitai hoscilioi kai hippes discilioi. Kai insta ora anabainontes eutus instan enedron esepeson, kai hypoton polemion hekatero tentedagmenon ballomenoi apetanon polloi kai anthropoi kai hippoi. Hoste plereston somaton en takei geneto hehodos, kai uten hypokorein utes to prostem probainin. Endauta de torbosen bollus, kai ekplektikos, kai uradion esti pitestai hoto dropo hekaste geneto. Telos do liguitine satroi genomenoi biasdon to diaton hellenon kai isten gorinton esotesan. Hydalli hosui hypolli poiesan, aporuntes hoppui trapontai kai isten hylen eseperunto, hylodes garendo corion. Kai dio comenui hypopolemion empiron onton des coras, dieptaresan, catagremnon riptontes hautuns apetanon. Molis detines esto hauton stratopedon pugontes kai diesotesan. Kai diaton arithmon ton en tautei te machei dieptarenton, honiketa sturcophagos eponomaste. Kephalaion triton kai triakos ton. Death of Dramali, December 1822. Hode Dramales idon hos eket pragmata mian epesken hemeran, de hysteria dianoete den stratian apagi meketi de autei hozo hen hyalli eporeutesan, alla tunantion hypolemiui phylason. Prosten hesperan. Kai tun stratiotans hytines kai anelpistu jesan des soterias, paretarsyne legon hoti ude atymen. Hytines gar to hople ekhunsin, hutui kai asfaleian heutuis aie hyuitis i parechen. Kai hode etakset strateuma hopos eutak toteriosi kai metribetosi. Protomen heguntai hyppes, fepontai de hypesdui, hydeskeo foroi opisten epecolutuon. Epeide de ede engyston lopon elton, cata lambanus ituns polemius hecateroten des hosur tegmenus, caigar hyellenes pante maton paraton automolon. Ke protomen trubetesan, epeita hyppes Andreos macomenoi biasanto, ke to poluesote. Hygar hellenes hytines mallon tan leian lambanein bulunto machestai, uketi foduns poiunto tois sypeusin, ude tois hoplites, allatis skeu foruis epi perumenoi pantata skeue, caeta hyposdigia harpagen poiunto. Cae hystron chrono homen dramales noso apetanenente Corintho, don de stratioton hypolloi poicu apecoresan, hydetines instans patrans molis apecomistesan. Tuiautamen de enta cateten isbolen des Peloponnesu. Kephalaion to tetarton kai triakos ton. Death of Marcus Botsadis, 21st of August, 1823. Meta de tauta anel sontos tu Mauro cordatu estem Peloponneson, Exepempsan hyen archeis to metaxan is to mesolongion provumenoi me poliorguito to chorion hypoton polemion. Hode afficomenos emasten hodi plethos di mega ton Albanion ede pro chorei diaton oron istem polin. Apesti lenuon tom Marcom Botsaren meta discilion sulioton hopos tom parodon pylacen boiuinto. Hode Botsares tuns Albanius catalavon engis ton lofon estratopedeumenus dienoace nyctos peiram poiestai tu stratopedu. Enomis de gar hoti hutos am malistatis polemiois a prosdocetois unsin epi peruinto cae turbeseian. Dietax enuntinas epi ton lofon hyperieicon to stratopedon hopos me latsuien hypolemioi abelzontes. Dis allis estratopedeusato en coria epitedea upoli apeconti. Cae epeide caeros doceinai, nyctos et iunses hysuliotai is enacosius sarantes pro choron, cae tu mendexion cera seicen autos hobotsares, tod aristeron econ hotzabellas, cae tetracosioi stratiotai. Cae tuns pylacas elatson epipesontes to stratopedo, cae pollus catecopton eti en eunei sontas, cae torbos egeneton megas cae ecplecticos. Ugaren ideen scotene garen henix, de prosopa tom machomenon, ude gnorizen tuns pilus. Homophonoi garesan hysuliotai tuis Albaniuis, cae homosceuioi. Cae hama hui epiton lofon de tagmenui, hostem machen aistonto, polle boe cae grauge alle alloten cade bainontes misno paricon dem paracen, hoste ugecon hypolemioi hopoi trapuinto. Homos de huturcicos strategos mollis syntaxans hoplitans tinas hypegagen is hylen upoli apecunsan, hotem ballontes pollus cae tom pilon cae tom polemion apectinon. Hode Botsares tauta idon cae anacelesans tuns heu tu prosbolen epoieto, tuis ente hyle cae etice plegins cae pesonta apecomisanto hyplesion. Apotenontos tu strategu pantes hyepito dexia cera erxanto hypochorein, hyra allui provumenui me hypoton polemion apolambanuinto, cae autui anechoresan. Ende taute te nyctomachia, apetanon domen Hellenon hos hecaton, donde Albanion is octocosius, cae eti pleuns et rotesan, cae donde tromenon hos en cersi pansa hemache egeneto, hypleistoien hystera ecton traumaton apetanon. Kephalaion to pempton cae triakos ton. Funeral oration over Marcus Botsaris, August 1823. Cae te hystereia tuns men alluns necruns autu estapton hysuliotai, donde Botsaren cae taxiarchus tinas hosui ende mache apetanon, apecomisan esto mesolongium bulumeroi demosia tafas autom poiestai, hotiareteite cae tolme diaferontes e fainonto. Cae epeide hec fora egeneto hometaxas parelton elige tuiade. Parallelitate te hemerae, o politei, hos tuns menentate gei menus catadonomimon epain somenos. Humans do hosi pareste, ec tuton tom paradigmatom paramute somenos. Axioegar epainuis in hytines hypertes patridos agonis dominui, ude tes psyches efeisanto. Hierumenoi thanatom meta leuterias mallon ebiom meta duleias. Cae udinos tuis tuiutuis ho thanatos, ud andis dikaios olopyruito tan dykenauton. Tnetui garontes doxan athanaton pros elephasin. Que pros humans tuns eti hypoluipus tade lego. Hyturqui te nike epartentes mellus item polintende poliorkein kai hosun uparesin. Mi mumenoi den tonde aretem paresque wasdeste hosins machen, kai tuns polemius metatolmes amynaste, kai me ec plagete agan, hoti plete lasunsesmen, me de hegiste, hoti soteria hyparxei hemin, me Andreis unsin. Kai hostis homos phobetait mellon, anapetesto, kai mnesteto, ton entopolemo paralogon, kai entiumeteto, hoti edetines ec de noteron et tuionde sothesan, kai hoti hymes kai hymetri progoni, empolais machais ke kratecateton barbaron. Pisteus santes unto theo pros hemon esestai cosmon kai taxim peripleistu poieste. Hutogar tem magisten timen autoi pros lepseste, kai ten doxantes patridos, ucelatso tuis epigignomenuis cata lepsete. Cephalaeon to hecton kai triakos ton. Extract from Memoirs of Count Metaxas, Governor of Messalongi, September 1823. Kai metatauta edice trierestis Anglice catepleusa, kai hon naukleros glyphordos onoma, encelatio propensans angelon, ereto e bulomeno moesti decestai auton de polei. Edox en un apocrinastai hoti asmenos an dexeimen auton, hospilon onton tuis helnasi ton anglon. Epe de prostuto to angelma hon naukleros afficato est an oiciammu, die legometa en hemin autuis, periton hellanicon es hyon de leutem melle afficnestai, caita teichismata escopumen caitan allem parasceven. Cai peritauta unti elsemoi angelia, hoti hyturcui ede catapainuinto dietu pedio pore womenui. Eutus une celausa tun stratiotans, ta hopla lavontas esta deiche elten. Hode Clifordos idon hoti pollo cosmo cae eutactos panta giginetai, ereto ei hypolitai elpisdui noligui pros polluns macumenui cae perigenesestai. Egolde epainetogar honaukleros cae pistoson, cae sta malista filhellen, apecrinamen hoti ismenta alla euelpide semen, cae ego cae hui alloi politai, donde molybdon ucicanon econtes, fubuimetham me dynaton eia antecen, al anancastemen eclipen dem polin. Syde bulumenos hemin dom molybdon parecen, pollangar euporian eches en de trierei, soter angenuio des polios. Hode ec plagens elegen, hoti ucidion eci dom molybdon, al apotucui nu ton anglon de degmenon. Cae apecrinamen hoti udense colue, hosom molybdon hemin nyn bule porisen, to suton en hysterai ectes cercuras antilaven. Hode apocrinamenos hoti buleusuito apecorese. Cae hama de hespera des autes hemeras afficonto ectes trierus nautaitines euporian tu de oinu cae tu molybdu perontes, cae epistolen en hei egrapsen honaukleros, hoti pempo prosse tu oinu, cae pantax sinenenci hos bulometha. peridetu molybdu enegegrapto uden. Huto mende asothesan hyente pole, hypandros xenu ontos, cae allu plu. Telos tu tritu merus. Meros to tetarton des historias des Hellenikes Epanastasios. The Greek War of Independence. To Charles D. Chambers. Hedestin eko graphe hypotes librovox guinonias bepoie mene. Panta de tan tauta de rumena hyparche to guino gedemati. Ande pleion eises, ante boiothyes de koinonia, eithe episcopoies ton tu diadictu topon. LibriVox stigme.org. Part 4. Events in Greece from the arrival of Lord Byron to the Battle of Navarino, 1823 to 1827. Kephalaion do hebdomon kai triakoston. Lord Byron goes to Greece, August 1823. Kai triton ede etos polemuntos kai kategen kai katatalasan hy Hellenes paragnomen antikon tuis polemiuis. Hoper bringenestai ucantis episteusen accusans. Kai protiumunto polloi ton ente Anglia kai allotipu des Europes boetian autuis parechin. Horontes hotita men nicontes, tade hesomenui uc anelpistuiesi ten eleuterian anactastai. Hode buron, hostote etichen ente genue diei dominus, monon di epistolon epitetus alluns me perihoran te hypoton turcon genomena, alla drasterioson cae tolmeros et le feidomenos ute tu somatos, ute ton crematon, actionti drantes doxes, he hypercenauta en pansin anthropois. Teleutontos un ede tu etus, hormatai ectes genues, que protomen afficumenos esten Kephallenian, escopi hopos megista opelese tuns Hellenos estum polemon. Ende neso pletos di mega figadon, quim polle aporia diei tonto. Tutuis un hos catadodunaton idia pariceta epidedeia. Cae hama epistolans esten epeiron diepemse, cae tuns entele en ege, tat alla est raukos monagagen. Estasias dongar en alleluis hy hegemonos hosper cae proteron, cae hans annans econsin, eutsius apostellin esto mesolongion. Hygar turci eti catatatsan epoliorcun to chorion tuto. Epita dienoete cae autos estan hellada plen. Accusans un hoti haiton turcon neos hypoton Hellenon nigetise apepleosan, exeple hoburon ectes Kephallenias, cae isto mesolongium mollis paregignato. Trieres gar turcice hoson uc eleveto ploion en hae eple. Kephalaion to ogdoon cae triakoston. Death of Byron at Missolonghi, 19th of April, 1824. Afficomenos un catellabetem polinen pleiste taracheca aporia panton usan. Sangarente pole pleone tetracosiae suliotae, hom protorum men stratege hom Marcos Botsares. Ninde apotanontos tu strategu, ute miston econtes, ute hocentrophen comiuntae atactui esan cae estin, hote, que tolmon hopla airein hos machumenoi tuis politais. Tauta de idon hoburon protiumia pense ecreto, que paresque asmoa, cae hyposcomenos idiatom miston autuis porien, pantans in sena locon xynelege, que stratege autos. en hysterade dia den ataxian auton en ancaste dia lyen ton locon, cae estem morean apopempin. Ebrace de cae metatu mau recordatu, hose dicuparon, hopos de chorion as feles poiesontai. De longaren hoti hameri, autins ins malus in hypolemioi. Cae eime autius deicietis tempolin, cate peptoce gar estin, heita deichismata, hexuns in hypolitai hopos amynuntai. Cae peritauto on hoburon nosesen, helodes gar ento chorion cae calepon, cae entos oligon hemeron et eleutaton bion. Hutos de pleista hins aner opheles et uns Hellenas, cae etimato hypauton hos udens heteros ton catheauton cae sdon eti cae apotanon. Et sapton garauton enta mesolongia pensi teis nomimois, huis cromene timosai tuns arete dia ferontas, cae umonon entaute te pole, alla cae cataten allan hellada, en nomis donauton sotera des patridos gegenestai. Kephalaion duenaton cae triakoston. The Greek Loan, Spring 1824. Perideton chronon tuton, cae eti protoron, hyte procritui cae hy strategui ton Hellanon, abulonto danisma poiestai. Hosuceti hyparchonton autuis crematon entoi gynoa. Hymengar polloi ton hegemonon ta heauton monon scopuntes, uke eteles antaidia analun eston polemon, hode demos ede peniae piesdeto, cae udynatos en hicanon poron perein. Presbin sun epempsan hyentelei, cae epistolen, esto Londinon de luntes hoti adynatuiesi tuis cremasi, cae exiun hamatun secei Philhellenas, spisin boetheian parechein. Legontes hoti udeniallo tropoi huiui tesontai pareskevasdestai hosa andei, tuis turcuis etien antiustai, alla anancas tesontai eikin, ec des patridos apopeugin. Tauta un accusantes hui Anglii, cae protiumumenui cyneleuterunden Hellada antepem sampleon Achilia talanta. Tod argurion tuto lavontes, hyen archais eutiston au feilomenon miston tuis stratiotes, cae tuis nautais pareichon, cae alluns emistuntu epicuruns ectes Albanias, edide dans genans nans episcevasantes eplerun, cae alla parescevasdonto hoppoio tropo arista e fainuto autuis. Homos de to pleiston tu arguriu allos anelurto. Hygar strategui, cae hui taxiarcui, hosa cremata ebia e apatei apotu gynu labuien et dabanon, is esteta cae hopla polytele hopos autui thaumasteien. Cae ucecista ectu tuiutu e cacun tem patrida malista crematon de omenen. Kephalaion do Thessarakoston. Ibrahim Pasha subdues Crete and Cassus, June 1824. Hode sultanus, epeide pantant este autor, uceti elpis de te oikeia monon dynami nices intus epanestantans, anes aporian catastans, escope hopos agatontina xymacon heuretei. Ende enta tote mech metales hyparcostes Aegyptu, hos epi polynchronon tates choras dia Keiros econ catestes enesto epitedeion. Hoten cae categen cae catatalatsan dynatotatos egenoto ton turcicon hyparchon. Tuto nun hos sultanus strategon autocratona catastesans, ec eleisen eutis parescevasastai estum polemon cae hotan kairosei, apo basins poiestai, istende greten caetans allans nesums. Enomis degar hotikrate tison ton neson dynatos estei, dem Peloponneson perix poliorken, hopotan buletei. Hode mechmetales, epeide hipeste, tans de naus epescevaze caetum stratiotans xynegere, cae polle protiumiae creto elpisdon autos hyparchos caetes hellados gnesestei. Epeidandem Peloponneson catastrepsetei. Epeide panda hetuimaen, hoibrehemes huios tu hyparchu pleti megalo, cae neon cae hopliton anastans cate pleusenes ten creten. Cae apobansin poie samenos radios tente neson catastrepsato, cae tum sepicorius anastatus poieto. Hopotegare sceras eltien hycretes duis Aegyptius, is pygen et reponto hos uc axiomacriontes. Endeutendec bleusans afficeto hoibrehemes esten casson. Vidicassi accusantes taperitan creten is pollena tymian catestesan cae ecplexin. Hos deum prospollo dynatoterum spiriton hapanton agonizestai. Oligom menuunt in chronon anteste santuis polemiuis, epite mache grate centes is pygen catestesan. Cae hui Aegyptiui ten coran leian poie samenui tuns anthropus anestesan ectes nesu. Kephalaion to proton cae tessaracoston. The Destruction of Psara, July 1824. And tutoi hy Psarianui aistomeni hodi heineos ton turcum melnusi cae epispans pleusestai, ebu leuonto prosta paronta. Cedox nautis ute pleruuntans naus, ute catatalasam majestai, alla catacoram menen heosan hypolemioi pirondai apobaininis ten neson. E fobunto gar hyentelei, me hynautai auton, is ecplexin catastantes diatoplesos ton polemion apopleuseian, elbisonte hama radios pesdei tus enantius amienestai. Hoplitans undi estesan hopuemellon hypolemioi apobansis poiestai, cae polla herymata catestesanto, cae eupylacte docei inai. Alla panta otis isto enantium perieste, hyger polemioi ogdoe conta naus in epiplum poie samenui, miam en hemerantis epiciremasin ucat ortuum. Teide hysteraia elat sontines apobantes esten gen, diegar ton capnon ton apoton mechanon anno corunta, hy phylaces ucedynanto prohoran, cae cykla perielsontes, cae catenotu tuis nesiotes epigonomenui dieptilum mechri hupantes nis pygen catistanto. Cae entaute ede pansi idea catiste cetes pyges. Hyger Psarianui uc econtes pros hoti chrestenai, hymenes ton limena, cae tans naus catephygon, hydes ten talatsan eripton heltus, hydetines hos hexacosii ens monasterionti es elsontes emynonto. Epoliorce senun hos strategos ton turcon ton monasterion cykla peristesans tus hautu. Que med duo hemerans ceruca pemsans logus epoieto perispondon, ugaretele diatriven hios hyendon lima anancasteien eicein. Hyde ucetlon tan spondans decestai, alla ugar pleone diakosui hypolui poiasan, uketi dynamenui antistenaitis poliorkunsi, pyr enevalon te apotheke heianen euporiate spiritidos, kai pantes homo apetamum. Kephalaion to deuteron kai tessarakoston. Civil War in Greece, June to November 1824. Endetaiete tuota en hobyron apetanen, udemia mache genetoan te Peloponneso. Ugar parentuis turcuis plesosti hopliticom plen hosi entais patrais etie poliorcunto. Alla hoi braemes pares gewazdeto hos ham eri arcumenais ballon isten hellala. Vid prohestotes ton hellenon epipolin chronon ede estasiazdon en sphisinautis, periton dallon cae duargiriu huectes Anglias paredexanto. Cae uceti adeos epimeginunto allelis. Hogar colocotrones cae alletines tom procriton calapos peruntes. Otita perito argyrion ucacistato hei autois edocei, quineix in homniasi, que hopla lobontes apedecninto ten gnomen, hoti udei homologiam poiestai prostunus entelei, printen hyparchus an demokratian catalyseian, que allen baltion catastheseian. Etikon de tote fruruntes ten Tripolitsam Bulgariae polloi, hus emistus eikon hyen archeis, cae hopanos huius tu colocotronu, stratiae elson istempolin, epeirato methistanai autus, cae misdon imis thopros agestai, hyde uc hypercuon, alla epexodum poiesamenui epipesuntuis metapanu, hyenatopedion escesaniunto. Epeide de xynemexan allelis, cartaraen hemache, cae kersi pensa, cae gu protoron apausanto macumenui, prin hopanos apetane, cae hyallui ediefugon apoliunto. Hurtos unices antes, hui Bulgariae anechores annis tempolin. Hode colocotrones, epeide tauta engelte, dietonde thanaton tu huiu athymesans, cae hodien alluistis in acrobolismois upleon econ hic syndomomocotes, uceti diaferent stasin buleto, alliston naupleon poreutens, en eciris en hauton tuis en archeis, cainsten hydran commiscens hypauton is epesen is desmoterion. Ende te stasei taute apolluntum menton Hellenon upolloi. Blavede catistato megiste de tuisentois agruis diato hecaterus panta harpagem poiestai. Kephalaion to Triton cae Tessarakoston. Ibrahim lands in the Peloponnese, February 1825. Catedeton chimona tuton parescevasdato ho Ibrahemes, hos hamata epiontis here catestrepsomenos tem Peloponneson. Cae epeide tates paresceves auta hetuima en, arans te stratia catepleusenes ton limenates mozones udenos antistantos. Hygar Hellenes dietan stasin upo epescevas antans naus. Cae apobibasans tetracis chilius hoplitans, esand auton hyplestui Aegyptiui, cae hypens istria consius apesti elementans naus hopos cae ten allen stratian diacomisainto. autos de proximeto hostachista ischiras ienaitus hellesi. Gignoscon hodite prote hemerae malista pans strateuma de notaton esti tes polemius. Iontes untem prosto neocastron perum san hodon, cae engus catastrato pedeus samenui epoliorcun tempolin hyturcui. Ende tuto Mauro cordatus ectes mesogeias apficumenos metastrationton ucoligon, epirato apocleien tuns polemius hostem merceti dynastae estem motonan epanelten. Hod Ibrahemes bulumenos diamaches ienae audes estopedion catae cae xunetax et uns hoplitans. Ante tactes ande cae hui Hellenes, cae epede Cairosen, epeis amen hui Aegyptioi cosmoi cae taxei, ante con de polynchronon hui meta Mauro cordatu, epeta, apeiroigar esan hui Hellenes doiautes maches, et trapunto ins fugen cae prosta meteora apepugon. Apethanon dauton is hexacosimus. Cae metatauten den nicen edoxe to Ibraheme den sphacteria neson cata laven, en he tria Hellenica deichismata en. Nomis degar eitauten catexei, raion to neocastron cae nausi cae pesdo poliorcesen. Cae celeus sans naus, edegar paresan apotes Aegyptu, periplente neson, hopos meto Hellenicon nauticon epiboetuie, ape vivase mem plesosti hopliticon, esta pros hesperan. Alledetines esseneon catetun limena. Hosu parontes nausi taute cat arae in scorion calapon cae petrodes. Cae hui apobantes eutius da deichismata heilon cae tom fruron tuns mem pleistus apectenan. Oligoi detines emploia hypo feugontes cae esothesan. Cae ho Mauro cordatus his auton en. Cephalai onto tetarton cae testarakoston. The Ravaging of the Peloponnese, May to August 1825. Huto men ede cata kratos e poliorcetos to neocastron cae cata gan cae cata talassan. Hode Ibrahemes idon hodi anatomiae in hypolitae, logom profere perispondon, cae xumbas in poieto prostun sendon, e forte exias in hypospondoi, cae adoros apias in hopoi ambulantae. Exceltonte sun apepleusan neutini Gallicae istan calamatan. Cae autius metatauta istem mesogiam prosei hu Ibrahemes, cae pensant ancoran leian poieto, huid epicoriei e epiuien hui polemiei, eutus istuns lofus cate feugon hosuc axiomacoi ontes, cae eston elpiston trapomenoi ucetia nomisdon hoti polema perigenesontai meti paralogon genetai. Cae epede engis des tripolitsas parei hu Ibrahemes, tente polin catecausan hypolitae, cae etiallum me dynanto apocomisdestai. Eambos aporiaton epitedeion anancastos in hypolemioi prostem mozonen anacorein. Hode colocotrones, apolitinsgar ectu desmoteriu, cae strategee, synagerans stratiotans in striscilius, et tarsune legon hoti udem plethos Aegyption Hellensi foberonesti, cae toi auto tropo hoton dramalem prine cratesan, cae tuns met Ibrahemu nun nicesunsin. al inspiran el tontes maches en nigetes an hui Hellenes, que apetan amenauton hos tetracosiei, autos de ho colocotrones monon uc el nefte, que apeide pollans men comans catecause, pollen de leian elaven, epanechoresen hu Ibrahemes istem mothonen. Kephalaion to pempton kai tessarakoston. Cutehe besieges Messalongi, April 1825. Kai tu autu etus hameri archomenoa, hoc iutache strategos autocrator esto Messalongion stratia por eutins e poliorces et deuteron. Hed polis haute apechetes thrasses hos tessaracon ta stadia. Hyperlimnes que mene, gen his ballons estan talasan homos udidos in isplun, e me pleuis micruis. Kai hui Messalongitai, hios et iho buron esde, ecratunan ta teiche, kai ta alla isto amenon catestesan. Kai ei metaute egeneto, enan castesanam paradidonais spans autuns kai tempolin tuis polemiuis. Hogar giuta che aficomenos eutius pros bolans poieto, kai panti tropa epeirato helento chorion. Umentui procores ege, hygarendon, hopote hy polemioi pros ballien, ucene didosan alla eminon to protiumia panse chromene, kai tolmei, epex hodunste, kai hautoi epoiesanto, kai tuns turcuns polla eblapton. Idonde hoc iuta che hos eiceta pragmata, tuiundeti epenoesen, epos aneo da panes kai poliorchias tempolim prosagagito. Eceleus egar tun stratiotans comati mega poiestai litsunste kai xyla kai iti allo of Helemonen epi ballontas. Huto agar nomis da dynastai ambiae el Celtin. Ide Hellenes epeide hypselo sede egeneto hocus, kai udemian eti elpida econ hos amperigenuinto e me crateseian autu, aefnidios epexiontes epepesuntuis polemiuis aprosdocetuis de unsi, que prostuergon mallon ten gnomen prosecunsin, que insciras eltontes et repsan autuns Hellenes. Huto de gratesantes tu comatus cae catebelon, cae hypotonauton chronon tuton neostines afficonto tu miaulus strateguntos, cae macei nicesantes dans turcicans naus, e se commissanta epitedeia estem polin. Kephalaion do hecton cae tessarakoston. Arrival of Ibrahim, December 1825, and fall of Messalongi, April 1826. Huto mende kalos epraxan hy Hellenes. Hode ciuta che, cae per noso pies domenon ton stratioton, en choriogar chelode estratopedeuonto. Uden hetson cata coran emine, cae ecton dinatone poliorce eti tempolin. Cae garedoxen auto perimenein hios anti soophilia ectes Peloponnesu paragenete. Cae hamato phtinoporo afficato autos hu Ibrahemes, pes dei poreutins metastratioton tetracis chilion, cae hamaneos ucoligae ectes Alexandreias ec pleusensai paragignonto. Cae ede pensi panaronen hodi uceti hoius testai, homiaule sitiais comisden, ude hypolitae oligii pros polluns agonis dominui dynesontai antecintui sexo. Cae gargatemeran hecasten pro iunsan ebedidu heaporiaton panton, cae hama apetanon noso et traumasin, kai lima pleon pentacosie kai chili ton politon. Homos de udens etelen en dunai ude decestai transpondans hans didu ho Ibrahimes. Kai peide uceti econ siton hy strategui hoste didonai tuis politais, kai lima gemellon apotneskein. Gnomen epoiesanto hot ideik sympantas tuns de anthropus kai tans gynaikans kai tuns pailans. Hosoiente polei hypolui poiesan. Hypoton polemion machomenus diaptarenai mallon espans autuns paradunai. Kai epeide kairos doceienai, hymesolongitai, planeitines et traumasine kai nosai astnestriasane hostetan soikians leipein. Hyponykta prostais pylais detagmenoi hypantes. Han heimengynaikes tendes theta kai hopla homoia eikon tuis anthropois. Edos andexifilia kai tuis paisin. Hegunto de te sodu hoplitai ins discilius, kai tentapron diabainus in hypoton polemion ballomenui. Kai metapolles prothymias, epi perumenui tuis turquis ebiasanto hyemprosten. Epitade hyeti epiton gefyroanontes, graugeitini ton toribumenon apatethentes oionto dein anachorein. Kai metatanta opisten philatsonton anekomistes anes tempolin. Inselson de hama hyturkui kai kateste ente soduis panse idea letru. Efona wangar hosuis en dykyen, kai instans oikias inseltontes apectinon kai tuns nosuntas. Kai lempstesam meloligoide ton ente polei, kai tuton hypleistui paides gynaikes esan, apetanon duc elason drischiliui. Hyde ede den dapfron diebantes, hos uden epistanto don gignomenon, probainon epostes asphaleias antilavinto. Kai diapeuxis anegeneto autois, me automolostis kata brodoken autuns. Hyde turkui epistamenuiten hodon dihes emellon poreuestai, en hedran sede poiesanto kai fylasson. Pansanun den nykta tauten panda kotentuis feugunsin hypolemiui proseballon. Kepede mera egeneto kai mollisis tuns lofus afficonto hypopygontes. Upleone pentacosioi kai chiliei hypolui poiesan. Kephalaion de hebdomon kai testarakoston. Interference of the Great Powers, July 1827. Kai perituns autuns chronus tutuns xynevesam prosallelus, hyt Angli kai hy Galli kai hy Rossi. Kai xymma hy genomenui gnomen poiesanto, hot idei bia exymbase di allaxaituns turcuns tuis hellensin. Hos prosecon ethnos di Christianicum pannoletria diapsarenai. Gyneum presbis pemsantes espondans pro calunto, hecateruns hostetum polemon dialuen, caeta amphisbetumena tais megalais dynames in epitrepein, dus de med decomenus pros anancasein. Hymenun Hellenes, epeide hy presbis afficonto, asmenui edexanto transpondans. Hos ud mian allen elpina econtes des soterias. Hode sultanos humonon ucype ecuen, alla cae eutsis angelus epemse proston Ibrahimen, gelewam pense spude que brutumia diapterein dom polemon. Ausis un ectun neocastru hormetens, hu Ibrahemes estem mesogean eporeueto, que pensant en choran leian epoieto, que calepede en hes bole hede, que gresan logu, hyger stratiotae dans comans pensans secausan, kai ta dendra catecopsan, kai umodon tuns anthropons hosei healos in apectenon, alla kai tans gynaicas kai tuns spaedans eponeuon, kai proseti ta hyposdigia dieptheiron, kai hosa alla empsy kai idhien. Kephalaion to ogdon kai tessarakoston. The Battle of Navarino, 20th of October, 1827. Hyde nauar crites Anglias, caetes Gallias, caetes Rossias, epide tauta ignosan, dianoetesan cata plenes to neocastron, huper xineve to turcicon nauticon hormen, cae me perihoranta gignomena. Afficumenuide eutius ceruca epem san axiuntes ton Ibrahemem pauestai tu polemu, cae metapantos tu strateumatos apoplein epites Aegyptu. Cae prostuto to angelma apecrinanto hui epites ges, hoti hu Ibrahemes uparestin, ude huiuntestin autoi angellen ha hui nauarcui egeleusan. Cae tauta accusantes hic simmacri esepleon eston limena, hos epidexim poies hominui tes dynamios. Cae eti en adeloi estin hopotere erxantes naumachias, al upolis chronos cae pantito nautica prosemeixan hecatere, cae cataton limena perigraptonge onta insceras eltontes en naumacun ucolingum meros des hemeras. Egdeges hui hoplitai ton turcon, esandau ton dismuriei epiton lopon hui periechunsi ton limena, cathoron ton agona ton macomenon huis udeni tropo ien epiboetin. Al upote en aphanei en hopoteran estai en nike. Ugar mega ergon en tuis ximachis cratesai ton turcon, en toruboion ton cae atacton. Cae prinicta epigenestai pollai men ton naonautis catediusan, pollai de aploi agenonto. Cae huto lampros en nicesan hic simmachui hoste udemia naus cresimege unsa hypolluipos eti entuis polemius. Todi Ibraheme ectes mesogeias de hysteraiae anachoresanti, en idin tata nauagia, cae duns nec runs sporaden cata ton limena cata peromena. Apethanungar ton nauton hos tetricis Kyriei, cae dieptharto panto nauticon ha dianoetetas nesus catastrepestai, cae tacata den naumachian huto xuneve. Emui mende mecrituto grafesto, tade metatauta isos alla melesei. Telos tu tetartu melus. Section 5 of the Greek War of Independence, 1821 to 1827. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Greek War of Independence, 1821 to 1827, by Charles D. Chambers. Notes. Part 1. Introductory note to chapters 1 and 2. During the first few lessons, while the Greek alphabet, see appendix, and the portions of grammar given below are being learnt, it is intended that these two sections should be used for practice in reading, and should be translated by installments to the class. Nouns should be declined viva voce and also on paper, with or without an adjective and the article. For example, hemikrage, he kalape holos, Stenos isthmos. Similarly, the present indicative of verbs should be conjugated. For example, ekein. Attention should be drawn to cognate words in English and Latin. For example, kolpos is gulf, mesos is Latin medios, and also to the close connection between the terminations of first and second declension nouns in Latin and Greek. As occasion arises, emphasis should be laid on A, the connection between sentences, and B, the uses of the article. The rules are collected here for convenience, but of course only 1 or 2 points will be dealt with in any one lesson. A. First, every sentence is connected with its predecessor by a conjunction or connecting particle. Of these, the commonest are kai and, de but unemphatic, gar for, alla but emphatic, un therefore, de and, mentui however, epeta then. Notice that de, gar, un, de, mentui do not come first word in the sentence. Second, there is one exception to the above rule. When the demonstrative pronoun houtos, this, or its derivatives houto, thus, toioutos, of such a kind, sum up what has already been stated, no conjunction is required. Similarly, when the demonstrative pronoun hode, this, or its derivatives hode, thus, toiosde, of such a character, look forward to what is coming, no conjunction is required with the following sentence. Third, when 2 words or groups of words are parallel, they may be joined by te kai or kai kai, both and. In English, we seldom use the word both, and therefore leave te untranslated. This is necessarily the case when te kai kai occurs. Fourth, when 2 clauses or sentences are contrasted, men de on the one hand but on the other are used. Men, just like te both, looks forward to something which is coming, but de connects with what has gone before, and means but on the other hand, not simply on the other hand. The contrast between the men clause and the de clause is often so slight that we do not translate men at all, and translate de by but, or even by and. Protom men, firstly, is habitually answered by epeita, secondly, not by epeita de, as we should expect. B. The uses of the article. First, it is habitually used with the names of countries, islands, and towns. Hellas, Greece. Euboea, Euboea. Athene, Athens. And with proper nouns, if the person is well known or has previously been mentioned. Pelops, Pelops. Second, it is used as an unemphatic possessive pronoun. Diaton Pluton, on account of his wealth. Dans Perenseche, has its springs. Third, it is placed, as in English, before an attributive adjective, or may be repeated with the adjective after the noun. Corinthios kolpos, the Corinthian Gulf. Inston kolpon ton Ionion, into the Ionian Gulf. Fourth, instead of an adjective, the attributive may be a prepositional phrase, an adverb, or a genitive case. Prosborean Moira, literally the towards north part, that is, the northern part. Hygergoi hyente Mesogeiai, the farmers in the interior. Hynun Epikorii, literally the now inhabitants, that is, the present inhabitants. Thucydides Oluru, Thucydides the son of Olorus. Fifth, it is used with abstract nouns. Epimexia, communication. Hokindynos, danger. Sixth, it is omitted with a predicated adjective or noun. Ton nesom magista est in Euboea. Euboea is the largest of the islands. Seventh, it denotes a whole class. duai tiai proagunsi dum supercuuns estum polomon. 2 causes lead subject peoples into war. 8th, the article was originally a demonstrative pronoun, and can be used if accompanied by men or de, meaning he, she, it, and they. This is especially common in expressions like hui men, hui de, these but those, some but others. Hui men piloi to Hellenica demo, hui de xymmakui ton Turkon. Some are friendly to the Greek nation, but others are the allies of the Turks. Tamenais kynem pere, egdeton doxon lambanunsi. Some deeds bring disgrace, but from others they win honor. Notice the order when a preposition is used. Hui de necessarily comes first in its clause, a 4th point. Hui men generally comes first, but may be preceded by a word or group of words which belongs to both clauses. It is not necessary that when hui de is used, hui men should have preceded, but hui de must not refer to the subject of the previous sentence. 9th, the article with an adjective, a prepositional phrase, an adverb, or a genitive case forms a noun equivalent. Hui pelaioi, the ancients. He paratalatios, the coast. Dodikaion, justice. Hui kator, those on the coast. Huiante mesogeiai, those in the interior. Hui katepeiron, those along the mainland. Huiente xenomosiai, the members of the conspiracy. Hui metautu, his companions. Taentos stratopedor, the state of the camp. Taperites xenomosias, the facts about the conspiracy. Taton Turkon, the property of the Turks. Chapter 1. Chemache hora, see appendix. Hodulos, see appendix. Stenos, mikros, masculine and feminine, see appendix. Present indicative of enai, emi, of lyen, lyo, see appendix. Estimen, ekeide, see introductory note A 4th point. Chehellas, see introductory note B 1st point. Autos, aute, auto, in the nominative means self, Latin ipse, but the oblique cases are also used for the personal pronoun, him, her, it. Auton is Latin earum. Epeiros, mainland. Thus the western coast of northern Greece was called Epirus in contrast with the adjacent islands. Prosboream Moira, see introductory note B, 4th point. Chersonnesos, literally dry land island. Nessos is island. Eprosmesembrian, the southern. Moira is understood in Greek as part is in English. Humempelaioi, see introductory note B, 9th point. Men is answered by de 6 lines down, as Huidenun Epicoriae. Peloponneson, literally island of Pelops. According to tradition, Pelops, the son of Tantalus, came from Lydia and became king of Pisa in Elis. See Mythological Dictionary. Ectes Asias, from Asia. Prepositions meaning from take the genitive in Greek, because the genitive expresses separation, like the Latin ablative of separation. Aphikomenos, having come. Participles are given in the vocabulary as adjectives. Hos, as. Thucydides, the son of Olorus, was an Athenian who wrote the history of the Peloponnesian War BC 431 to 404. Hooloru, see introductory note B, 4th point. De, kai, see introductory note A, 3rd point. Dieton Pluton, on account of his wealth, see introductory note B, 2nd point. Huinun Epicoriae, the present inhabitants, see introductory note B, 4th point. For this use of an adverb for an adjective, Compare 1 Timothy 5:23, thine often infirmities. Kai, see introductory note A, third point. The modern name of the Achelous is Aspropotamo, meaning white river. Dans Bergans, its springs. Compare above dia ton Pluton. Ton Ionion, see introductory note B, third point. Dia with genitive means through, as here, or by means of. With accusative it means on account of. Haepimeixia, communication, see introductory note B, fifth point. Dois paratalatsios, the article with a prepositional phrase or with an adjective is equivalent to a noun, for those in the interior and on the coast. See introductory note B, ninth point. Megiste, the largest. The article is omitted with a predicated adjective in Greek. See introductory note B, sixth point. Te, kai, see introductory note A, third point. Chapter 2. To doron, see appendix. Neuter of stenos, mikros, see appendix. Doxa, see appendix. Hode, see appendix. Kata ten archen, at the beginning. Hode, this, is declined like the article with de added. When it is used with nouns, the article must also be used immediately before the noun. Hopolemos hode, or hode hopolemos, this war. For exception, see below. Hymen, hyde, see introductory note B, eighth point. Katakomos atekistus, in unfortified villages. Compound adjectives, atekistos, unwalled, have no separate form for the feminine. Compare paratalatsios, polyanthropos below. Hydekator, but those on the coast. The article with an adverb forming the equivalent of a noun, see introductory note B, ninth point. Kator, properly down. The Greeks spoke of going down to the coast, up into the interior, and on the high seas just as we do. The coast is regarded as the lowest point. Tum pleiston tu biu, the greater part of their livelihood. The adjective is made to agree in gender with the noun in the partitive genitive. Heparatalatsios, silicet ge, see introductory note B, ninth point. Nautica ochula, with a crowd of sailors. With and by are expressed in Greek by the dative, corresponding with the Latin instrumental ablative. Hyente mesogeia, see introductory note B, fourth point. Tuns de alluns, etc., to pay tithes of their produce and other taxes. The English order is the reverse of the Greek order. Hoste, with indicative, introduces a consecutive clause, so that. The harpages, see above. Hosper kleptai, as clefts. The clefts, literally robbers, were those Greeks who in defiance of the Turkish authorities carried on a predatory warfare from the hills. Many of them were popular heroes, and their existence helped to keep alive the patriotism of the Greeks. Taton Turkon, the property of the Turks. See introductory note B, ninth point. Tom Prinpilon, see above. Hokindinos, see introductory note B, fifth point. Huto de, in this way. De only emphasizes huto, which sums up what precedes. For omission of conjunction, see introductory note A, second point. Chapter 3. Despotes, see appendix. Duai diai haide, these two causes. If a numeral is used, hode does not require the article to be inserted with the noun, contrary to the rule given above. Tuns hypekuns, subject peoples in general. The article denotes a whole class. See introductory note B, seventh point. He timoria ton adicion, vengeance for their wrongs. Pros, against. Dietade, for the following reasons. For the omission of a conjunction in the following sentence, see introductory note A, second point. Protomen is answered by epeta below. See introductory note A, fourth point. Hoti, that, introduces a noun clause after verbs of thinking, knowing, feeling, seeing, saying, etc. autoi, they themselves. Ekonsi tuns despotans actionetuns, literally, they have their masters ignorant, that is, the masters they have are ignorant. Actionetuns is a predicated adjective and so has no article. This is the common idiom with ekein. Adica paskun sin hypo, literally, suffer unjust things by, that is, suffer unjustly at the hands of. Hypo with genitive is the ordinary way of expressing the agent after passive verbs, like Latin ab with ablative. It is also used, as here, with intransitive verbs which have a passive meaning, are unjustly treated by. Huioitisi, literally, are such as to, that is, are able to. So huioitestin, it is possible. Te in early Greek was added to relative words, for example, hoste, and in such cases means nothing at all. Dikan lambanem para, to take vengeance on, literally, to get punishment from. Para, with genitive meaning from, is only used of persons. Uden, etc., up to dikaiou. The judges do not care at all either for the laws or for justice. In Greek, two negatives only strengthen one another, provided that the second one is compound. To dikaion, justice. See introductory note B, 9th point. Metadoron, they decide cases with gifts, that is, under the influence of bribes. Ainsi is understood with empeiroide from the previous clause. In general, if a word or group of words is required with two clauses, it is inserted in the first clause and understood in the second. Huto, see note above. Hon, of which. The relative pronoun hos, he, ho is declined in its other cases like the article with a rough breathing instead of tau. See appendix. Tamen ek de ton. See introductory note B, 8th point. Pere. Neutral plurals in Greek take a singular verb. This arose from an original use of the neutral plural as a singular collective noun. Athanaton. See note above. Chapter 4. Past imperfect of enai, of luen, elion. See appendix. Syllabic augment. See appendix. Strong aorist. See appendix. Kata, at, compare above. Tuis para. Those along the shore of the Black Sea. See introductory note B, 4th point. The name Euxine, hospitable, was given it to avoid the original ill-omened name of Axenos, inhospitable. Kalapose peron, like Latin aegraferebant, were indignant at. On augment, see appendix. Ten ton turkon archen, see introductory note B, 4th point. Apostoluns. The envoys of the conspirators were called apostles, that is, messengers. Hosuns epeithon, all whom they persuaded. The suppressed antecedent of this clause is the object of xynagunsin. Hygat epeiron, those on the mainland. See introductory note B, 9th point. Kai, see introductory note A, 3rd point. Dunsente xynomosiae, see introductory note B, 9th point. The Philiki Heteria, or Association of Friends, was the successor of the Philimuse Society, which had as its object the encouragement of Greek literature. In 1815 it became a political society for the purpose of raising an insurrection against the Turks. The members, on being initiated, swore on their knees at dead of night to be faithful to their afflicted country, to labor for her regeneration, not to disclose either the secrets of the society or the name of the person who initiated them, and to put to death their nearest and dearest relations should they be guilty of treachery. So Gordon. Hymen in contrast with Tuis de Prostates below. Ebullawon hoti gave their opinion that, compare above. Kre is a noun meaning necessity. It is used, with esti understood but never expressed, to mean it is necessary. The past imperfect is kreen, kreen, and the infinitive krenai, kreinai. Kre is understood with katakaien, kitenin, and analambanen. Tuis prostatais en gnome, the leaders determined. Protomen Epeta. See introductory note A, fourth point. Exagen estum polemon belongs to both clauses. The provinces of Moldavia and Wallachia form the present kingdom of Romania. The Hetaists wished the first outbreak to take place in this district because it would be easy for Russia to send troops to their assistance. Te kai kai. See introductory note A, third point. Horizde. See note above. Constantinople drew its principal supply of food from the rich alluvial plain of these provinces. By the Treaty of Bucharest, between Russia and Turkey, the Sultan had undertaken to appoint Christian governors called Hoduspars over these provinces, and not to keep more than a small number of Turkish troops in them. Diepimpe, for augment of verbs compounded with prepositions, see appendix. Dun, so, is used after a parenthesis or a digression, resuming the main narrative. Pros, in relation to, that is, for. Eprasom pros, negotiated with. Theodore Vladimirescu, so called because he had received the Russian Order of Saint Vladimir, had been a colonel in the Russian army. As he was a Wallachian landowner, he had great influence among the natives. Georgaki, the name is a diminutive of George, was a Greek from Mount Olympus, and at this time in command of the troops at Bucharest. Caravia was captain of the garrison at Galatz. Emathon, for strong aorist, see appendix. Taperites xenomosias, see introductory note B, ninth point. Chapter 5. Pons, see appendix. Temporal augment, see appendix. Elthe, for strong aorist, see appendix. Panta de ente Moldavlachia, all the arrangements in Romania. Dun hypsilantes strategum prostaxantes, appointing Hypsilantes general. Participles in as are declined like pas, and are given in the vocabulary as adjectives. Prince Alexander Hypsilantes had served in the Russian Imperial Guard, and had lost an arm at the Battle of Kulm in 1813. After the peace of 1815, he grew weary of inaction and entered warmly into the plans of the Hetaists. Hos Apetane, who had been put to death by the Turks on a charge of treachery. The aorist, in a subordinate clause, often refers to a time which is past from the point of view of the main clause. In these cases, we use the pluperfect in English. Hypo, see note above, dun, see note above. Ins diacosius, to the number of 200, a common use of ins with numerals. Homerun selabun, seized as hostages. Desmois, literally with chains. Instrumental dative, see note above. Plen hosoi apepugon, except those who had escaped. Plen is also used as a preposition, example above. Epeleutheria, to secure the freedom of the people. Heke melle, had come, intended. Note that in noun clauses introduced by Hoti, the original tenses are retained. For instance, in the proclamation Hypsilantes said, I am come, Russia intends. Therefore the present tenses are retained, though we translate them by past tenses. Compare above. At the end of the proclamation came these words, If some desperate Turks venture to make an incursion into your territory, fear nothing, for a great power is ready to punish their insolence. The great power was, of course, Russia. Instead of taking military precautions, Hypsilantes commenced operations by seizing a wealthy banker whom he accused of being hostile to the revolution and concealing funds belonging to Hetaria. The first accusation was not a crime, and the second was false, but the banker was glad to pay the prince several £1,000s to escape out of his hands. This act of extortion alarmed the wealthy citizens, who, afraid of being robbed by the Greeks, availed themselves of every opportunity of escaping into Russia and Austria. So Finlay. Hoseidon, when they saw, for augment see appendix. Enomizonte, and they thought. Te is here used as a conjunction, joining two sentences. See introductory note A, first point. Umelle, was not likely, for tense, see note above. Eke, see introductory note B, fourth point. ton emporon. See introductory note B, ninth point. Kai autoi to auto epratson. Themselves too did the same. See note above. Autos, immediately preceded by the article, means same. Ekolion, tried to prevent. Chapter 6. Elpis, see appendix, dis, see appendix. Meta with accusative, after. With genitive, with 2 lines later. Probaine, for augment, see appendix. Etis kai allos, literally, if anyone else, also of those in the conspiracy, was loyal. That is, was as loyal as anyone. Hysteron, subsequently, as related in chapter 12. Ton ectes perioikidos, see introductory note B, ninth point. Chariti, by his influence. Instrumental dative, see note above. Enelpidi, kataluen kai analavein, he is in hopes of overthrowing and recovering. Notice that the aorist infinitive does not refer to past time. See appendix. Toiauto, see note above. Empanti de ataxias, literally, in everything of disorder, that is, in a state of utter disorder and suspicion. De only emphasizes pas, compare above. Pareche, for augment, see appendix. Hyperkuon takes either the genitive, as here, or the dative, as above. This sacred battalion consisted of about 500 Greeks. Their uniform was black, with a cross formed of bones in front, and Constantine's inscription, in hoc signo vinces. So Allison. Chapter 7. Present indicative of poiein, poior, see appendix. Houtos eike. With adverbs, echein means to be, when matters in the camp were in this condition. Hyporges, angrily. Gryphautu, without his knowledge. Besides disavowing the insurrection, the Tsar Alexander I commanded Ypsilantis to proceed no further, but on the contrary, if possible, to disband the unhappy men whom you have misled. Ypsilantis pretended that the Russian proclamation was only a blind to deceive the Turks, and that the Tsar was really sending troops to support him. Stratia, with an army. The instrumental dative is very common in military phrases expressing the accompanying force. Hossa karaviu, see note above chapter 4. Hypo, see note above chapter 3. Tantimorian analambanein, to take vengeance on those who had committed the crime. The participle with the article is equivalent to a noun, just as an adjective with the article is. Hoadikesas, or hoadikos, means the wrongdoer. Hymetautu, literally those with him, that is, his troops. See introductory note B, ninth point. Tu Bucurestiu, from Bucharest. The genitive in Greek expresses separation from, like the Latin ablative of separation. Compare note above chapter 1. Helon, for augment, see appendix. Lavein, to receive the governorship as the reward of his treachery. Compare note above chapter 6. Automolia chorein, to go by desertion, that is, to desert. Automolia is dative of manner, like Latin ablative of manner. Hoste, on condition of. Hoste often introduces the terms of an agreement. Chapter 8. Past imperfect of poiein, epoiun, see appendix. Einai, indirect speech. He said he was disloyal. Hypo, see note above chapter 3. Caravia and another officer butchered him in a barbarous way with their sabres. Prosocorun, joined the Turks as deserters. Isoctacosimus dinas, to the number of some 800. Compare note above chapter 5. Edoke to Georgake, it seemed good to Yorgaki, that is, Yorgaki determined. One of the reasons for postponing the engagement was the fact that the day was a Tuesday, which is regarded as an unlucky day in the East. Kyklaw, by a circuitous way. Hoste with infinitive gives the result, whether it is the actual or only the probable result. With the indicative, it gives the actual result only, as above, chapter 1, so as to cut them off and prevent them escaping. Huto, in this way they were likely to kill them all. Erre, for augment, see appendix. Stadia, the plural of stadion is either stadia or stadioi, as above chapter 7. Chapter 9. Caravia was always reckless, and on this occasion happened to be intoxicated, so Gordon. Esele, he wished the glory of the victory to belong to his men. Einai with dative is used to express belong to or have, like Latin est mihi liber, I have a book. Hamate hespera, literally with the evening, that is, at sunset. Hama is often used as a preposition with words denoting time. Hippos, horse, is sometimes used as a collective noun, meaning cavalry, just as we speak of so-and-so's horse, meaning mounted regiment. Hippos in this sense is feminine. Eidon is plural because the battalion is regarded as the soldiers, so too kaiautui immediately below. Verbs of sense perception, for example, seeing, knowing, hearing, etc., take the accusative and participle in Greek, as they may do in English, saw him advancing. Ergon, action, used in Greek as we use action to denote battle. Thymo kai rhume, with spirit and confidence. Dative of manner, compare note above, chapter 7. Emellon, they were on the point of leaving the village, compare above chapter 8. Hyhoplitai, namely, the troops mentioned above chapter 8. Dromo, dative of manner, compare note above chapter 7. Etrepon, routed them. Tunsenantius is understood from toisenantius. Hose pain, so to speak. This phrase is used to apologize for an exaggeration. Pantans hose pain means practically all, not literally all. The infinitive a pain is used absolutely, that is, without any syntactical construction with the sentence. Chapter 10. Houtos, see appendix. Tauta, this. Houtos refers to what precedes, hode refers to what is coming, as above chapter 3. Educum parastantes, happened to be standing near. Dynkano takes the participle where we use the infinitive. Hosui, loku, see note above chapter 4. Hyde, see introductory note B 8th point. Ta dypsilante atsumia enepese. Ypsilantis became disheartened. Tautes des maches. Houtos requires the article to be used before the noun as hode does. See also note above, chapter 2. De hysteriae, solicit hemera, on the next day. When an event is dated by the particular day, night, month, or year of its occurrence, the dative is used without a preposition. Otherwise the preposition en is used. The proclamation began, "Soldiers, I can hardly bring myself to sully that honorable and sacred name by applying it to persons such as you. Henceforth every bond is severed between us, but I shall ever feel profoundly the shame of having been your chief." So Alison. Inspipte is thrown into. The passive of compounds of ballein, throw, is formed by the corresponding compounds of piptein, fall. For example, ekballo, I expel, ekpipto, I am expelled. Compare apokteino, I kill, apotnesko, I am killed. Hierarchai, abstract for concrete, the Austrian authorities. Noso, literally by disease. Instrumental dative, see note above chapter 2. he fell ill and died. Ypsilantis was kept as a prisoner until 1827, when he was released, but he died in the following year from the effects of imprisonment in unhealthy fortresses. N goes with aporia as well as with gindynor. Epoikou, homewards. Epoikon, home. Epi with accusative states where one goes. With genitive it states the direction only. Edokun, seemed. Edoke, it seemed good. The two uses are the same as those of Latin videri. Heurein, see note above chapter 6. Chapter 11. Pylax, agon, oiketor, see appendix. Ton stratiotans is the object of apoleipein, which can be used transitively as here, or intransitively as below. Apoleipein ek tu agonos, to desist from the struggle. Lavein, indirect speech. They considered that they had taken up arms. Compare above chapter 8. Hosper kleptai polemein, to carry on a guerrilla warfare. Compare above chapter 2. Hosa turgon, see note above chapter 4. Tonallon, masculine. Tade, see introductory note A, second point. Te trite hemera, compare note above chapter 10. Tatera is a contracted form of tahetera, literally the other parts, that is, the other side. Enaon, for uncontracted form, see appendix. Hyperken autuis, literally existed for them, that is, they found a refuge. Compare note above chapter 9. Chapter 12. Epiduomenos, for 2 months. Duration of time is expressed by the accusative alone, as above chapter 8, or with epi. Telos, as adverb, at last. Monasteries were often used during the war as fortresses, or places to store ammunition. In some cases the books they contained were destroyed to provide paper for cartridges. Nyktos, by night. The accusative, genitive, and dative are all used to denote time. Melle majestai, tende den nykta, nyktos, deide de nykti. He intends to fight throughout this night, by night, on this night. The accusative implies that the fighting and the night last the same length of time. The genitive implies that the night lasts longer than the fighting. The dative disregards duration altogether and merely states that the night and the fighting occurred together. Compare above chapter 8 and chapter 10. Keryka, a man with a flag of truce. Adeam boyen, to give a safe conduct to Yorgaki and all the others who were there. The clause hosui paresan is equivalent to pensi tuisendon. Yorgaki addressed his followers thus: Brothers, in our present circumstances, a glorious death is all we ought to wish for, and I trust there is no one here base enough to regret his life. Let us imitate those true Greeks, our comrades, whose dead bodies are stretched on the fields of Dragashan and Skouleni, and whose blood yet cries for vengeance. If we die like them, perhaps on some future day our countrymen will gather up our bones and transport them to the classic land of our forefathers. So Gordon. Burgon, the belfry. Empresence, having set it, the gunpowder, alight. Apu, solicit chronu, from the time when. 2 reasons are given for the failure. First, diatente axionesian, and second, hoti eukonomizon, owing to the folly of Ypsilantis, and because the inhabitants did not think, etc. It is very common in Greek to express 2 parallel ideas by 2 different syntactical constructions. Compare above this chapter, where a noun and a relative clause are parallel, and chapter 8, kalapos kai en hyeta, where an adverb and a prepositional phrase are parallel. End of section 5. Section 6 of the Greek War of Independence, 1821 to 1827. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Greek War of Independence, 1821 to 1827, by Charles D. Chambers. Notes to Part 2. Section numbers refer to Sonnenschein's Greek grammar. Chapter 13. Passive and middle present of luein, indicative luomai, infinitive luestai, participle luomenos. Section 183. Present participle active of enai, on, of luein, luon, strong aorist elton, all like hekon, section 99, of poiein, poion, section 198. Prin eltsein, before affairs in Romania came. Paraskavazdontai, get ready to meet the crisis. The middle voice has a reflexive meaning, implying that the agent is working for or upon himself. In most cases, English does not admit of this shade of meaning, and the middle is translated as if it was an active or neuter verb. For example, boulontai, they wish, majestai, to fight. In some cases, however, the reflexive force is retained. Paraskavazdontai, they make themselves ready, amynontai, they ward off from themselves, that is, they defend themselves. Hypsilantus strateguntos, under command of Ypsilantis. The genitive case is used absolutely in Greek, like Latin ablative absolute. Toonta, the things that are, that is, the truth. The Greeks were encouraged by several monks and hermits who issued from their cells and wrought on the superstition of the peasantry by visions and prophecies. Gar often introduces a narrative alluded to in the previous clause. In English, no corresponding conjunction is used. Edukon apobantes, happened to disembark. See also Chapter 10 note. The Turkish armies were largely recruited from the Albanians, who enjoyed a high reputation for bravery. Inskaradran anedrevon, set an ambuscade in a ravine. Compare Latin abdere se in silvam. Nisecusi, compare above. Tudon genomenon, see above. Mellusan, coming. Chapter 14. Passive and middle present of poiein, indicative poiumai, infinitive poiestai, participle poiumenos, section 199. Onoma, section 32. Genos, section 33. Hyektas perioikidos hellanes, see introductory note B, fourth point. Piran poiuntai tu deichus, make an attempt on the fort. Amynein means to ward off, silicit tuns polemius. The middle means to ward off for oneself, hence to defend oneself. See also note above. Pulavomenuis pros, deliberating with regard to. Hoste exeltein, on condition that the Turks should march out. Compare note above. Epituto, on this condition they guarantee their lives. Hosodunatonon, since it was impossible in any other way. The accusative is used absolutely instead of the genitive with impersonal verbs or neutral adjectives with on. See below, eoparaskon, there being a favorable opportunity, from impersonal eopareche, there is a favorable opportunity. Hos is often used with participles or prepositional phrases to give the motive for the action expressed by the main verb. See also below. Hyperche, their numbers were not sufficient. Compare note above chapter 12. Eoparaskon, see note above. Kalamatan, apoliorkun, literally, they besieged a place. Chorionti, Kalamata as to its name. Kalamatan is an apposition to chorion, onoma is accusative of respect. Spondans poiuntai, same as spendontai. This periphrasis with poiestai is extremely common. Compare euchos boiuntai, same as eukontai, leian epoiunto, same as eleisdonto, fugan epoiunto, same as ephaugon, and other instances in the vocabulary see under boiein. The passive is formed by gignestai, for example, archen poiuntu tu polemu, they begin the war, arche tu polemu gignetai, the war is begun. Hoste, see note above. They duce, by their good fortune, instrumental dative. On the 5th of April 1821, the Greeks sang their first thanks to God for victory. The ceremony was performed on the banks of the torrent that flows by Kalamata. 24 priests officiated, and 5,000 armed men stood round. Never was a solemn service of the Orthodox Church celebrated with greater fervour. Never did hearts overflow with sincerer devotion to heaven, nor with warmer gratitude to their Church and their God. Patriotic tears poured down the cheeks of rude warriors, and ruthless brigands sobbed like children. All present felt that the event formed an era in the history of their nation. So Finlay. Hosaitiun sontas, as being the authors. Kata, in accordance with. Hoti, selene. In apposition to logos. We might omit hoti and put inverted commas. Chapter 15. Passive and middle indicative past imperfect of lyein, elyomen. Section 183. Of boiein, epoiumen. Section 199. Strong aorist middle of gignestai, indicative egenomen, infinitive genestai, participle genomenos. Don genomenon, of what had happened. The commonest strong aorist middle are aistomen, aistanomai, perceive, aphigomen, aphignumai, arrive, episomen, binthanomai, ascertain, etrapomen, drepomai, turn, hypeskomen, hypisknumai, promise. Many of these Mussulmans were Greeks by origin. Their forefathers had adopted the religion of Muhammad to avoid having to send their children as tribute to Constantinople. Leian apoiunto, they plundered. See also note above, chapter 14. Udiamakru, silicate kronu, literally, not at a great interval of time, that is, soon. Ekontes, having the events at Kalamata as examples of all that they too were likely to suffer. The Greeks at Patras issued a proclamation containing merely these emphatic words: Peace to the Christians, respect to the consuls, death to the Turks. Lord Byron has translated one of their battle songs, Sons of the Greeks, Arise. Chapter 16. Active future of lyein, indicative lyso, infinitive lysein, participle lyson, section 181. Polis, section 37. Eugenes, section 100. Ekenos, ekene, ekeno, section 142. Kaeti protoron, or a little before. Kai corrects the previous statement. Tuns prokrituns, the primates. These were Greek officials appointed by the Turks to act as local magistrates in unimportant cases and to collect the taxes. Dihon epratsonto, by whose agency they raised the taxes. Hosbuleusontes, to deliberate. The future participle expresses purpose as in Latin. Enaxiomati asan hypo, were held in honor by, compare above chapter 3. Aisthanonto, literally, perceived the Greeks that they were preparing, that is, perceived that the Greeks were preparing. Escopun hopos kolysonsi, considered how they should prevent. Indirect question, the tense and mood of the original question, how shall we prevent, are retained just as is the case with hoti. Compare note above, chapter 5. Lampsei, instrumental dative, by the taking. Uprochore, matters did not proceed as they wished. arista hexei ta pragmata. Matters would be best. Arista is an adverb. Compare note above, chapter 7. For omission of conjunction, see introductory note A second point. Ekparaskeves, by arrangement. Prosopoiunto, they pretended A, that a letter had come, and B, that he advised them. For the two different constructions, first, accusative and infinitive, second, hoti clause, see note above, chapter 12. Melonton, since the government intended to kill them all. Hyenarchais, same as hierarchai, as above, chapter 10. Epoikou means in the direction of home, homewards, like above epites polios. Epoikon, above, means home, implying that you get there. See also note above, chapter 10. Chapter 17. Active weak aorist of lyuein, indicative elyusa, infinitive lyusai, participle lyusans, section 182. Basileus, section 37. Megas, section 105. Dieto echein, owing to his regarding all alike with suspicion. The article with the infinitive forms a noun equivalent. It can be used in any case, dative below, nominative below, and is especially common after prepositions. The infinitive may have a subject or object as pantas, and may be qualified by any adverbs as homoios, or adverb equivalents as anhypopsia, just as is the case with any other use of the infinitive. Megati pragma praxanta, literally, having done some great deed, that is, by some violent measure. To xylavein, by arresting them. See also note above. The chief dragoman and secretary were important Turkish officials. Tome hypakouein, literally, the not obeying, that is, disobedience. See note above. Basileos, same as sultanu. Tongar basilea, indirect speech. Compare above chapter 8. Dieto tan heortan agein, because of their keeping the festival. See note above. Gregory was arrested on Easter Eve. Etichon poiesontes, happened to be going to celebrate. Compare above chapter 13. Sultan Mahmud II was called the Butcher by the Greeks after this murder. Gregory was 82 years old at the time of his execution. There is no reason to suppose that he was inculpated in the conspiracy. At all events, he had solemnly excommunicated Ypsilantis when the news of the insurrection in Romania reached Constantinople. Chapter 18. Glycius, section 102. Polus, section 105. The feelings with which the Jews and Greeks regarded one another may be illustrated by this extract from Gordon. A band of Jews attended the Pasha's camp voluntarily in the capacity of executioners, allured merely by the pleasure of butchering with clubs the Greek prisoners. One of these execrable savages afterwards boasted that in a single day he had with his own hands slaughtered 64 victims. Greek priests wear beards, while other Greeks do not. Hence it was easy to recognize the body. Hosper theai duce, providentially. U kalapon, it is not hard to imagine all that the Greeks suffered. Chapter 19. Active perfect of lyuein, indicative leluka, pluperfect elelyke, infinitive lelykenai, participle lelykos, section 182. Some perfects end in tha, ga, pa. For example, elelytha, from erchom I come, befeuga, feugo, flee, ilenpa, from lambano, take. Katalambanusi, mellonta, find that the people were on the point of holding an assembly. Verbs of finding and sense perception, perceiving, seeing, knowing, take the participle instead of the infinitive. Compare note above chapter 9. hospeson, to persuade. Compare note above chapter 16. Deikismata, the fortresses in the Peloponnese still held by the Turks, were Nauplia, Navarino, Modon, Coridon, Monemvasia, Patras, and Tripolitza. Τους nesiotans kai hosui esin. Compare note above, chapter 12. Apauton, same as apauton gindunon, which will result therefrom. Hosa hemartegasi, the crimes of the Turks. So hosa pepontamen, our sufferings. Pandon hon epiponthesan, for all they had suffered. Hon is attracted into the case of its antecedent pandon. This attraction occurs when the relative pronoun would naturally be in the accusative and its antecedent is in the genitive or dative. Eis tanonto, ontas. Compare note above. Chapter 20. Future middle of lyein, indicative lysemai, infinitive lysestai, participle lysomenos, section 183. Of einai, indicative esomai, infinitive esestai, participle esomenos, section 266. Nous, section 49, part 14. Nous, section 26. The inhabitants of Psara, Spetsa, and Hydra supplied sailors to man the Sultan's fleet, as well as paying a small tribute. Tadalla, in other respects they were free citizens. During the wars which followed the French Revolution, the crews often doubled their capital by carrying grain from the Bosporus to the blockaded towns. Doxan, accusative absolute from impersonal doke, it seems good, since they had determined. Compare note above, chapter 14. Hopos xeulapsontai, to arrest. Epimelesomenoi hopos boetheian, to arrange to prevent the Sultan sending help. Verbs of effort, for example, epimelestai, pratsein, take pains, philatsestai, take precautions, take hopos with future indicative. Epimelesomenoi is in the nominative by sense construction. Ariston epaineto, plain, being equivalent to they determined to sail. Epainonto paraskewas dominoi, were clearly making ready. Phainomai enai, I appear to be. Phainomai on, I clearly am. Chapter 21. Weak aorist middle of lyein, indicative elyesamen, infinitive lyusastai, participle lyusamenos. Section 183. Keir, section 49, item 24. Arguruns, section 93. The Turkish guns had a longer range than those of the Greeks, which made the latter unwilling to approach the man of war. On the other hand, the Turkish gunners were so erratic that Lord Byron remarked on one occasion that they would be more formidable if they did not take aim. Gnomen epoiesato, proposed. Agemisan glamatidon, they filled with brushwood. Isto, getting into the small boat, they rowed away. Ugaren, for it was not possible. Dieto prosechen, owing to the enemy paying attention. See also note above, chapter 17. On several other occasions, Canaris repeated the exploit here described. The Greeks excused these murders on the ground that they were avenging Gregory's execution. Chapter 22. Passive weak aorist of lyein, indicative elysten, infinitive lystenai, participle lytens, sections 183 and 108, item 3. Future indicative lytesomai, infinitive lytesestai, participle lytesomenos, section 183. Duveton, see introductory note A, second point. Demetrius Ypsilantis is thus described by Gordon. Nature had favoured him more in mind than in his corporeal frame, for his diminutive stature, bald head, awkward carriage, and indistinct utterance were ill calculated to win the opinions of those who beheld him. On the other hand, it was difficult to know without esteeming him, for even his enemies were forced to confess that to ardent patriotism he united courage, integrity, and humanity, disregarded the allurements of pleasure, and had much goodness of heart, with a steadiness of purpose which at times bordered upon obstinacy. Kolokotrones, like his father, had been a cleft. Tall and athletic, with a profusion of black hair and expressive features alternately lighted up with boisterous gaiety or darkened by bursts of passion. Among the soldiers he seemed born to command, having just the manners and bearing calculated to gain their confidence. On. Compare note above, chapter 19. The camp was situated at Velletsi, several miles south of Tripolitsa. The moral effect of this victory in encouraging the Greeks was out of all proportion to the losses actually inflicted on the Turks, which amounted to about 400 men. Chapter 23. Aner, section 49, item 1. Gunet, section 49, item 5. N. It was possible. Compare above, chapter 21. Eightiness. If any were known to them, that is, they sent to any of those inside whom they knew. Epito, dekestai. On condition of receiving. See also notes above, chapters 17 and 14. The report that a Turkish army was coming turned out to be false. Chapter 24. Passive and middle perfect indicative of lyuein, lelumai, pluperfect elelumern, infinitive lelustai, participle lelumenos, section 183. Ento neocastra. Navarino had capitulated on the 19th of August, and a dispute arose about searching the Turkish women for jewels which they were supposed to have concealed. Women wounded with musket balls and sabre cuts rushed to the sea seeking to escape, and were deliberately shot. Greeks seized infants from their mothers' breasts, and dashed them against the rocks. Children, 3 and 4 years old, were hurled living into the sea and left to drown. When the massacre was ended, the dead bodies washed ashore or piled on the beach threatened to cause a pestilence. Francis, a Greek priest, who records these atrocities of his countrymen with shame and indignation, himself hired men to burn the bodies of the victims with the wrecks of some vessels in the harbour. So Finlay. Kolokotronis records in his memoirs that when he rode into the town, his horse from the walls to the palace never touched the earth, owing to the accumulation of dead bodies. Τους endon apoktenon des epepaunto, literally, murdering the inhabitants they had then desisted. 80 paralleleipto. They plundered all that had been left. Some of the richest families in Greece today owe the foundation of their fortunes to the spoil of Tripolitsa. After the Greeks had been in possession of the city for 48 hours, they deliberately collected together about 2,000 persons of every age and sex, but principally women and children, and led them to a ravine in the nearest mountain, where they murdered every soul. Some prisoners were spared for a short time to bury the bodies of their slaughtered countrymen, which were putrefying by thousands in almost every house and garden. Even this precaution was too long neglected. The air was already tainted with a deadly miasma, and a terrible epidemic soon broke out among the Greeks. So Finlay. End of section 6. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa. Section 7 of the Greek War of Independence 1821 to 1827. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Greek War of Independence, 1821 to 1827, by Charles D. Chambers. Notes to Part 3. Section numbers again refer to Sonnenschein's Greek grammar. Chapter 25. Accusative, subjunctive, present of enai, or, section 266. Of lyein, lyo, section 181. Weak aorist lyoso, section 182. Strong aorist of baskein, bato, present of boyein, boyo, section 198. Regular comparatives of adjectives, sections 110, 111, 113, and adverbs, section 173. Hamataieri archomeno, with the beginning of the spring. See ear. The participle is used as in Latin ante urbum conditam. Teros, summer, includes spring and autumn, and is used of the whole period during which military operations were carried on in ancient times. Hopos, esagagosin, in order to introduce. Hopos, or hina, in order that, with the subjunctive expresses purpose. The aorist in the subjunctive, optative, and imperative moods is not a past tense. The difference between it and the present is not a difference in time, but in kind of action. The present regards the action as continuing, the aorist regards it simply as occurring. See also appendix. Donner son gratate son. Genitive absolute expressing a condition. If the islands were conquered. Epikindinotaten eikon. See note above chapter 3. Euducesantes. See chapter 21. Auton, then they were. The genitive of comparison is used like the Latin ablative of comparison. It is a genitive of separation, iscurotere auton, meaning stronger starting from them. Duispansin euporotaten, excellently provided with everything. Celebrated for its fertility and the enchanting aspect of its gardens, Chios carried on a brisk trade in silk and fruit. From thence Constantinople was supplied with oranges, lemons, and citrons. But the most valuable production of the country is gum mastic, a substance highly valued by Eastern ladies who amuse their indolence by chewing it, deriving from that practice as much gratification as their male relations enjoy by inhaling the fumes of tobacco. So Gordon. Povumenoi me batasi, fearing that they would suffer. The object clauses after words of fearing are introduced by me, lest, followed by the subjunctive. Antonius Bornia had previously served in the French army. Epotrunosi, see note above. Eite metakosi, whether they should take part in the war. The subjunctive is used in deliberative questions as in Latin. De non en, there was danger lest. See also note above. Chapter 26. Irregular comparatives of adjectives, sections 117 to 119, and adverbs, section 175. Beltion, section 120. Hos is used for houtos in the expressions kai hos, even so, oudos, not even so. Hoti, or hos, as immediately following, is used with superlatives of adjectives or adverbs meaning as much as possible, like Latin quam, prin dexaltein, before they captured it. Polo, by much, that is, far more powerful. Astenestere hoste, literally, weaker than so as to, that is, too weak to defend themselves. Hei, as, katechilions, 1,000 at a time, distributive use of kata. Hose pein, see note above chapter 10. Epiduleia, for slavery, that is, to be slaves. It is said that out of 100,000 inhabitants of Chios, nearly a third were massacred and nearly the half enslaved. Only 1,800 were still living on the island in August 1822. Chapter 27. Active Optative Present of Lyein, Lyeimi. Section 181. Strong Aorist of Paskein, Pathymi. Numerals. Section 122. His, duo, tres, tesseres. Section 123. Houtos epraxan. Fared thus. Praxin, like do in English, with adverb means to fare. The Albanian Christians, who lived at Suli, had fought on the side of Ali Pasha of Janina. When Ali was killed, February 1822, they had continued the war with some success under Marcus Botsaris, but were now being besieged in the castle of Kiafa, which is the Acropolis of Suli. Parakui. After an historic tense, ebuleto, the optative may be used instead of the subjunctive in final clauses, and with verbs of fearing, as below, phoboumenos me echeien. Gnome, inferior to no one in judgment. Oudenos is genitive of comparison. See note above chapter 25. The Philhellenes were officers from various European countries who had volunteered for service in Greece. The corps, consisting of about 100 men, was formed to show the Greeks the value of discipline. Genos, by race, accusative of respect. Compare above chapter 14. Gogos had greatly distinguished himself in the previous year by repulsing a Turkish attack on Petta. Phoboumenos me echeien. See note above. Egatexunsi, if they should control the administration of affairs. Hyde, the Turks. See also introductory note B, 8th point. Chapter 28. Active Optative Weak Aorist of Lyein, Lyesaimi, section 182. Topolu, excelsioien, bear the brunt of the attack. Descens, fearing that they would no longer effect anything. Most of the Turkish army had been recruited in Albania. When two relative clauses, referring to the same antecedent, here lophon, stand side by side, and the second relative would be in a different case from the first, here first relative is hon, and second would be hos, the second relative is either omitted, as here, or replaced by a personal pronoun. Compare St. Matthew 3:12, whose fan is in his hand, and he, not who, will thoroughly purge his floor. Hos soterias, as each group had hope of safety. Des lupois, with the rest. Compare note above chapter 7. Oudemias elatson, less than none, that is, worse than any of the calamities in the war. The remnant of the Philhellenes was disbanded shortly afterwards. The following incident is related by Gordon. At noon on the 16th of July, as Mavrocordato sat at dinner with his suite at Langara, one of the Greek commanders, examining the shoulder blade of a sheep according to a method of divination practised in the East, declared that their friends had suffered a bloody defeat. This caused some mirth at the seer's expense, until a horseman, while they were still at table, brought news of the battle of Petta. 2 days after the battle, Gogos went over to the enemy. Some of the Suliots continued to fight on the Greek side under Marcus Botsaris. See chapter 35. Corcyra, or Corfu, was neutral territory, being under the control of an English High Commissioner. Chapter 29. There were no houses in Salamis for the accommodation of these refugees, and the landowners showed their patriotism by exacting rent for the privilege of sleeping under an olive tree. Brachea echon had their supplies short, that is, were short of supplies. See also note above chapter 3. Hoper, like Latin, id quod. Hoson u, almost, like Latin, modo non. Alle alla elegon, like Latin, alias alia dicebant. Chapter 30. Ego su, section 128. Active imperative mood of einai, isthi, section 266. Of lyein, present lye, section 181. Of boyein, boye, section 198. Weak aorist of lyein, lyeson, section 182. Strong aorist of baskein, bate. Matzonton, let them learn. The third person plural of imperatives is the same in form as the genitive plural of the participle. Ekontai kai hainesoi. The islands too are in their hands. The present is used graphically for the future. Tina elpida ekontes. With what hope or with what purpose? The interrogative tis, who, is declined like the indefinite tis, anyone, but accented differently. Section 151. Pos ublabe, silicit esti, how is it not a loss? That is, surely it is injurious. Nomise me dens, let no one suppose. Prohibitions are expressed by me, or compounds me dens, meketi kaitaloipa, with either the aorist subjunctive, or second, the present imperative, as below. Philatsomen, let us guard. The subjunctive supplies the missing first-person plural of the imperative as in Latin. Anakorousin, participle, when they retreat. Pantom malista, most of all. Baskein, same as blaptestai. Meketi, este, do not be alarmed any longer. See note above. Prosumon, in your favor. Symbesitai hemin, will happen to us. That is, will be achieved by us. Chapter 31. Reflexive pronouns heauton, spes. Section 134. Passive and middle subjunctive present of lyein, lyomai. Section 183. Of boyein, boyomai. Section 199. Strong aorist middle of gignestai, genomai. Tas fethera auton, equivalent to Latin sua, their own property. Sphetheros is used either as a direct reflexive, referring to the subject of the verb in its own clause, or second, as an indirect reflexive used in a subordinate clause and referring to the subject of the main verb. If auton is added, it is a direct reflexive only. Tous autou, his own men. Tautei, there. Spons is an indirect reflexive, used in a subordinate clause and referring to the subject of the main verb. Upolus, there was not much time, and Kolokotrones arrived. That is, it was not long before Kolokotrones arrived. Tolmeroteroi heauton genomenoi, becoming braver than themselves, a common way in Greek of expressing their courage increased. Hyekton meteoron, we should say those on the hills. Greek often accommodates the preposition to the sense of motion expressed in the verb. The men came down from the hills. Asphaleiates exolu, that Ypsilantis and his men might come away in safety. On the second occasion, one of the Greeks happened to be asleep when his companions evacuated the fort and was accidentally left behind. Awakened by the noise of the Turks rushing in to plunder, he seized a large copper cauldron, and putting it over his head to conceal his features, walked boldly out. The Turks, thinking he was one of themselves carrying off loot, let him pass with a few jokes at his ridiculous appearance. So Trikupi. Chapter 32. Hostis, section 162. Weak aorist subjunctive of lyein, passive lysaw, middle lysomai. Section 183. Prosdekonto should be prosdekomenoi, corresponding with philatsontes, but such slight irregularities are very common. Compare emelle below. The Turkish fleet, which should have brought supplies, sailed away to Patras, owing to the admiral's jealousy of Dramali. Taton polemion, seeing the affairs of the enemy in what state they are, that is, seeing in what state the enemy are. For the order of words by which taton polemion is made the object of idontes, instead of being placed in the dependent clause as subject, compare St. Mark 1:24, I know thee who thou art. Hostis introduces an indirect question. The direct question was Entini esti taton polemion, in what state are the enemy's affairs? Greek retains the original tense, esti, just as it does in hoti clauses. See note above chapter 5. Dramali's difficulties were much increased owing to the season being singularly dry. Disease broke out among his men, who were living mainly on green grapes and unripe melons. Hytines poiesontai, to make an ambuscade. Hostis, with future indicative, expresses purpose. Ta kalapotata, the most difficult points in the pass. Poiesontai, krateseian. After an historic tense, hopos may take the subjunctive, as note above chapter 25, or the optative, as note above chapter 27. Occasionally, as here, both are used. There is no difference in meaning. N, it was possible. Hopoi trapontai, where to turn. Deliberative subjunctive, see note above chapter 25. Kai, both, and. Chapter 33. Idon pragmata, seeing the state of affairs. See also note above chapter 7. Tuonantion, the opposite way to that which the enemy were guarding. Hytines, since they. Hostis, besides being an indirect interrogative pronoun, is used, first, to express cause as here, second, with future indicative to express purpose, see note above chapter 32, and third, as an indefinite relative pronoun meaning whoever, as immediately below. Topoli, same as hypolloi, the majority. The state of these fugitives is thus described by Gordon. The famishing soldiers, after eating all their horses, existed on the flesh of their dead comrades, and even fought over their graves. Chapter 34. Passive and middle optative present of lyein, lyumen. Section 183. Of poiein, poiumen. Section 199. Strong aorist middle of gignestai, genuimen. These Albanians were Christians, serving as mercenaries to the Turks. They spoke the same dialect and wore the same dress as Marcus Botsaris and his Suliots. For Marcus Botsaris, see note above chapter 27. Peiram poiestai, see note above chapter 14. An epiperuinto, they would attack. An gives to the optative a potential sense, expressed in English by would, might, or could. Hopoi trapuinto, where to turn. After an historic tense, the optative may be substituted for the deliberative subjunctive in indirect questions. The original question was poi trapometa, where are we to turn? Compare above chapter 32. Chapter 35. Passive and middle imperative present of lyein, lyu. Weak aorist middle lysai. Weak aorist passive lyseti. Section 183. Strong aorist middle of gignesthai, genu. Present of boyein, boyu. Section 199. Autu, on the spot. Huitinus, since they. See also note above, chapter 33. Me ekplagete, do not be alarmed. See note above, chapter 30. Plethe lasons, inferior in numbers. Me andreius unsi, if we are not brave. The negative is me, not u, because the participle expresses a condition. Proshemon, on our side. Compare above, chapter 30. Peripleistu poieste, literally, regard above very much, that is, regard as of the greatest importance. Chapter 36. Optative present of einai, eien. Section 266. Optative weak aorist passive of lyein, lyseien. Middle, lyseimen. Future, lyseimen. Section 183. Ebulemeno moiesti, literally, whether it is to me being willing, that is, whether I am willing. Compare Latin, quibus bellum volentibus erat. Decestai de pole, admit into the city. The dative pole is instrumental, literally, receive with the city. The instrumental ablative in Latin is used similarly with recipere. Asmenos an dexeimen, I would gladly admit him. We translate the predicated adjective asmenos by an adverb. Compare Latin, primus hoc feci, I did it first, and teleutaios, as above, chapter 29. Pros, in answer to. Periton Hellanikon, with regard to the Greek war. Ta Hellanica is the subject of melle. See note above, chapter 32. Katapainuindo, are in sight. In a clause introduced by Hoti, that the optative may be substituted for the original indicative if the tense of the main verb is historic. Here, else. Note that though the mood is altered, the tense remains the same. The original message was hui turcui katafainontai. See also note above, chapter 5. Elpizduien, whether they hoped. Elpizduien in the original question was elpizlunsi. Instamalista, in the highest degree. Amen, fubuimetha, eie anankastemen, equi. What were these words in the original statement? Boulumonus, if you are willing. Eukidion, the letter he had was not his own. See also note above, chapter 3. Boulausuito, he actually said, Boulausomai, I'll think about it. Hoti sometimes introduces the original words and is represented in English by inverted commas. Tuoinu, partitive genitive, some wine. Xunanenkui, may everything turn out as we wish. The optative by itself in a principal sentence expresses a wish, hence its name. The Turks subsequently advanced to Anatolikon, a small town situated in the lagoons, about 5 miles west of Messalongi. The inhabitants had been accustomed to get their supplies of drinking water from the mainland, as there were no springs on the island. Of this the Turks were aware, and therefore expected to force it to surrender quickly. A Turkish shell, however, happened to fall on the church of St. Michael, and, breaking through the pavement, disclosed a spring, which not only supplied sufficient water, but encouraged the people to think that a miracle had been performed on their behalf. After about a month, the Turks abandoned the siege. End of section 7. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa, in September of 2022. Section 8 of the Greek War of Independence 1821 to 1827. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Greek War of Independence 1821 to 1827 by Charles D. Chambers. Notes to Part 4. Section numbers again refer to Sonnenschein's Greek grammar. Chapter 37, Dieman, sections 196 and 197. Paragnomen, contrary to expectation. Hoper, which no one would have believed if he had been told before it happened. An is used with the past tenses of the indicative in a potential sense, expressing might have, would have, could have. See also note above chapter 34. Tamen, tade, partly, partly, or sometimes at other times. As an instance of Byron's energy, the following story may be quoted. When he was at Kephallonia, a number of workmen engaged in excavating were buried by the fall of a mass of earth. Byron heard of the accident while at dinner, and rushing to the place, seized a spade, and by his example stimulated the panic-stricken onlookers to set to work. The result was that all the workmen were rescued. The Ionian Islands, being under the protection of England, were the chief place of refuge for those Greeks who had been driven from their homes by the Turks. See also note above chapter 28. Hansannance, whatever ships they had. An, joined to relative pronouns or conjunctions and followed by the subjunctive, gives an indefinite sense expressed in English by ever. On the 30th of December, Byron and Count Gamba, an Italian, with their baggage and a large sum of money, set sail in separate ships. Byron's ship fell in with a Turkish frigate, but succeeded in getting away to some rocky islands called Scrophes, where Byron concealed himself in a cave. Gamba and his ship were captured, but by a curious coincidence the captain of the Turkish frigate had once been saved from death by the Greek skipper, and, in gratitude for this, he pretended that he saw nothing suspicious about the vessel, and let it continue its voyage. Chapter 38. Then, Krestai, section 232. Contracted futures, sections 235, 1, 236, and 237 item 1. See chapters 34 and 35. Ute hosten, communtai, nor having whence they shall get rations. That is, not being able to get rations. Estin hote, sometimes. Compare below, estin he, in some places. The disorder culminated in the following incident. A Suliote, noted for his bravery, came to the armory with the young son of Marcus Botzaris, and, having no written permission to enter, was stopped by the sentry. He persisted in going in, and the officer on guard ordered him to be arrested. A quarrel ensued, and the Suliote, having received a blow, killed the officer on the spot. In an instant alarm pervaded the town. The Suliotes rose to arms, threatening to storm the armory and even Byron's house if their countryman, who had been apprehended, was not set at liberty. The riot was at length appeased, but Byron declared that he would return to the Ionian Islands if the Suliotes did not leave Messalongi. So Gordon, eprasin hopos, took steps to make the place secure. Verbs of effort take hopos with future indicative. See also note above chapter 20. Uchexusin hopos, will not be able to. See also note above. His is used emphatically with superlatives. This man of all others, like Latin unus, ton gatheoton, of his contemporaries. On the 9th of April, Byron went out to ride near the town, and was overtaken by a heavy shower and returned home in a boat. Shortly afterwards he complained of fever. The doctors prescribed bleeding, but he refused, saying, I will drink all your medicines, but not one drop of my blood will I shed. All of it shall be shed on the field of battle. Delirium came on, then stupor, and at 6 o'clock in the afternoon of Easter Monday, 19th of April, at the instant of an awful thunderstorm, Byron expired. His coffin was laid by the side of the grave of Marcus Botzaris, but as he expressed a wish to be buried in the tomb of his ancestors, at Hucknall Torkard, near Nottingham, the body was removed to England and his heart interred at Messalongi. Chapter 39. Der Loon, sections 200 and 201. Ta hao don, regarding only their own interests. To iskremathi, from lack of money, instrumental dative. Hosan dei, whatever was necessary. See note above, chapter 37. A committee was formed in London, including Jeremy Bentham, Joseph Hume, and T. Gordon, the historian of the war, and a loan amounting to £300,000 was raised. The security was very bad, and in fact the interest was never paid, but by a fortunate coincidence for Greek liberty, a mania for every kind of wild speculation had just then seized English capitalists. A talent was a sum of money worth 6,000 drachmae, or £210 in English money. A drachma is equivalent to a franc. Hosa labuyen, whatever money they got. After an historic tense, edapanon, the relative followed by the optative is used in an indefinite sense. After a primary tense, this would be hosan labosi. Compare above. Ektutuiutu, by such conduct. Every man of consideration in his own imagination wanted to place himself at the head of a band of armed men, and hundreds of civilians paraded the streets of Nauplia with trains of kilted followers like Scottish chieftains. Phanariates and doctors of medicine, who in the month of April were clad in ragged coats, and who lived on scanty rations, threw off that patriotic chrysalis before summer was past, and emerged in all the splendour of brigand life, refulgent with brilliant but unused arms, fluttering about in rich Albanian habiliments, and followed by diminutive pipe-bearers and tall henchmen. So Finlay. Chapter 40. Histanai, active voice, section 248. Anteste alta, went against him. The strong aorist, perfect and pluperfect of histanai and its compounds are intransitive. Isaporion katastesai means to reduce to helplessness. That's weak aorist. Isaporion katastenai means to be reduced to helplessness. That's strong aorist. Heuretai, deliberative subjunctive. Heureito might have been used. See note above, chapter 34. Mehemet Ali was a determined reformer, although his reforms, like those of all Eastern despots, were directed solely to 2 points, augmenting his revenue and forming a disciplined standing army. The first he brought about by a most horrible system of oppression and monopoly, turning the cultivators into bondsmen and making himself the only merchant and landowner in the country. The second he effected by establishing an arbitrary conscription among the Arab villagers and purchasing the services of European instructors. So Gordon. Tates choras, isto epidedeion. Controlling the organization of the country, he arranged matters to his own advantage. Hoten, by which course. Hotan, hey, whenever occasion should arise. Temporal conjunctions compounded with an, hotan, hopotan, epeidan, followed by the subjunctive, have an indefinite sense, expressed in English by ever. This ever has one of 2 meanings. 1. It refers to one occasion in the unknown future. For example, whenever, meaning at any time when, I die, I shall be cremated. 2. It refers to an unknown number of occasions. For instance, whenever, meaning at every time when, I am hungry, I eat. Hotan is used in sense 1, hopotan in sense 2, epeidan in either sense. See 2 more instances immediately below. Epeide hypeste, since he had undertaken the expedition. Hopote elthuyen, whenever they came to close quarters. After an historic tense, hote, hopote, and epeide, followed by the optative, are used in the same indefinite sense as hotan, hopotan, and epeidan, with the subjunctive. See note above. Compare the use of the relative. Note above, chapter 39. Deon, accusative absolute. See note above, chapter 14. Chapter 41. Histanai, middle and passive. Section 249. Dynamai, I am able. Epistamai, I know, are conjugated like histamai, but see section 256. Heosan, peirontai, until they should try. Heosan, so long as or until. Mekrian, or mekrihuan, until, followed by the subjunctive, have an indefinite sense not expressed in English. They refer, either, to one occasion in the unknown future. For example, we will work till we have finished. Or second, to an unknown period of time. For example, while there is life, there is hope. After an historic tense, the same indefinite sense is expressed by heos, mekri, or mekrihu, followed by the optative. Compare notes above, chapter 40. Tuis epikiremasin, instrumental dative. They were not successful in, literally by, their efforts. Ukechontes, not having a point at which they should make a stand, that is, a rallying point. Heos anankasteien, see note above. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a soldier, bearing a lighted match, was seen to leave the monastery and run towards the entrance of a great subterraneous magazine situated outside. He fell, pierced with balls, and 5 of his companions, following his example, one after the other, shared his fate. Unable to execute their first project, the Greeks resolved to inflame the powder they had within the monastery. They ceased their fire, and the Turks, darting on, sword in hand, scaled the walls on every side. When suddenly the Hellenic flag was lowered, a white banner, inscribed with the words "Liberty or Death," waved in the air, a single gun gave the signal, and a tremendous explosion, shaking the island and felt far out at sea, buried in the ruins of St. Nicholas thousands of the conquerors and the conquered. So Gordon. Chapter 42. Deicnunai, sections 250-251. A desultory siege of Patras continued throughout the war. Taperi, the management of the loan was not in accordance with their views. Brin katalyseian, until they should overthrow the existing democracy. The Greeks had elected representatives, but great confusion had arisen owing to party quarrels. If the main verb is negatived, and uprin, not before, means not until, brin takes the same construction as mekri and heos. See note above, chapter 41. When brin means before, it takes the infinitive. Uprotorum brin, not until. The indicative is used referring to a definite time, as is the case with all temporal conjunctions. Diadon de Thanaton, Kaihoti, first, owing to his son's death, and second, because the conspirators were unsuccessful. See also note above chapter 12. Kathistato tuis and tuis agruis, befell the rural population. Diatopoiestai, compare note above chapter 17. It was owing to this civil war that no assistance had been sent to Cassus and Psara. Chapter 43. Ienai, Indicative Mood. Section 267. Neocastron, situated on the mainland opposite the south end of Sphacteria, is generally known as Navarino, from some merchants who came from Navarre and settled there in the 15th century. Diamaches ienai, to fight. Compare diapobu ienai, to be afraid, above chapter 30. Dia, in such phrases, expresses the circumstances, literally, to come into a state of battle. To iaudes, that is, against disciplined troops. Sphacteria is famous as the scene of the Spartan surrender in BC 425. Katatonlimena, on the harbour side. Mavrocordato, being a slow runner, would have been taken prisoner had not 2 soldiers helped him along and got him on board a vessel from Hydra, named the Mars. For 6 hours he sat in the cabin, holding a pistol which might save him the ignominy of being sent in chains to Constantinople. He uttered no word except now and then a brief sentence expressive of the vanity of ambition, and a resolution, if he survived, to retire into private life. Meanwhile the Mars fought her way out of the harbour. The Turkish ships did not dare to approach too near, as the Greek captain could be seen standing with a lighted torch ready to blow up the ship if any attempt was made to board her. So Finlay. Chapter 44. Ienai, all moods and tenses. Section 267. Epote is used with the future indicative to express on condition that. The present indicative of ienai and its compounds has a future meaning. The past imperfect and the other moods supply the missing forms of erchomai. Hopoi ambulontai, whithersoever they wished, literally shall wish. Eiepiuien, if ever the enemy attacked. After an historic tense, a with the optative expresses if ever. See also note above chapter 40. When the main verb is primary, the same meaning is expressed by en, equivalent to an, followed by the subjunctive. Compare immediately below and see another note above chapter 40. Paralogon, contrary to expectation. Tentopolin, they burnt a the town, and b whatever they could not carry away. See note above chapter 12. En pos, if perchance, that is, in hopes that. After an historic tense, this might be apos with optative. Compare below chapter 45. When Kolokotrones was imprisoned, see above chapter 42, he exclaimed, I have twice saved my country, and shall be called upon to save it a 3rd time. So Gordon. The Greeks were so demoralized that Kolokotrones had great difficulty in keeping his men together. On one occasion his scouts rushed in crying, Back, back, there are horsemen in the olive-yard. Presently, however, the horsemen were transformed into a flock of crows and flew away. So Trikupi. During this expedition Ibrahim advanced nearly as far as Argos. From a lofty point in the road he caught a view of Hydra, and, stretching out his hand, exclaimed, Ah, little England, how long wilt thou escape me? So Gordon. Chapter 45. Didonai, active voice, section 262. When the Turks retired from Messolongi, see chapter 36, they buried their guns and erected tombstones over them. The Greeks were deceived by this stratagem, and proudly pointed to the inscriptions which recorded the fate of their enemies. When Kütehei, or Reshid Pasha as he was generally called, began the 2nd siege, he dug up the guns and used them against the Greeks. E me, except. E egeneto, if this had not been done, they would have been compelled. Unfulfilled past condition. Hopote, see note above chapter 40. Epos, see note above chapter 44. Aneo, poliorkias, literally, without expense and a siege, that is, without a costly siege. Lithumste, kaieti, See note above, chapter 44. Dynastaian, would be able. This could have been expressed by hoti dynaitoan. See also note above, chapter 34. Udemian autu, they had no hope that, hos, they would prevail unless they were to get possession of it. Tuergon, that is, the making of the mound. Prosecunsi is dative plural of participle. Chapter 46. Didonai, middle and passive. Section 263. Kalos epraxan. See note above, chapter 27. Heosan. See note above, chapter 41. Kathemeran proiusan, as each day came on. Astenestrie hoste, too weak to. See also note above, chapter 26. At Messalongi, when they issued forth amid the drizzle of the night, feeling their desolation and their doom, they said to one another, "The Almighty himself weeps for us tonight." But they went on sword in hand to fall for their country, greeting her with the gladsome cry, "Arise, thou dearest mother." So Gennadius. Krauge, by some cry of confusion, literally of those confused. Almost at the moment when the garrison rushed on the Turks, that portion of the Messalongiots which was then on the bridges raised a cry of "back, back." Great part of the Messalongiots stopped, fell back, and returned into the town with the military escort, which ought to have formed the rear guard of the sortie. The origin of this ill-timed cry, which weakened the force of the sortie and added to the victims in the place, has excited much unnecessary speculation. It evidently arose among those who were in danger of being forced into the ditch. Their cry was repeated so loudly that it created a panic. So Finlay. Hosuis en Dykhuyen. See note above, chapter 39. Epos. Compare above, chapter 45. Anegenitor. See note above, chapter 45. The deserter was a Bulgarian mercenary. Chapter 47. Strong aorist. Eben, Egnon, Ealon, Elyn. Sections 271 and 272. Uprosekon. Accusative absolute. See note above, chapter 14. Hoste, on condition that. Dunsde med decomenus, saying that they would compel those who rejected the terms to observe them. Asmenui, gladly. See also note above, chapter 36. Hosa, Izuyen. See note above, chapter 39. Chapter 48. The English admiral, Sir Edward Codrington, was in command of the whole fleet as being the senior admiral. The instructions which he gave to his colleagues in the event of a general engagement concluded with Nelson's words that no captain could do very wrong who placed his ship alongside that of an enemy. So Fife. Upolus Chronos. See note above, chapter 31. N. It was possible. Compare below. Tanawagia. Some of these wrecks are still to be seen on shore and beneath the water. Emoi melesei. These are the concluding words of Xenophon's Hellenica. Emoi is dative of agent, by me. End of section 8. End of the Greek War of Independence by Charles D. Chambers. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa, in 2022.